It's not a lot of work, but it does get overbearing to make all the thumbnails every time. It's streaming on Twitch, you just make a title and you hit go. You don't put like a thumbnail up. It's just that extra little bit that I have to curate for YouTube, and then I have to write a description. It's like, what am I describing here? And then, you know, some streams, well, I don't know about streams, but the whole thing with YouTube is that you've got information sitting below the video, so you can get some context and maybe even chapter select or something, but like, I don't know what's going to happen when. So what do? All right, so there we go. We got all that set. And when I did talk about, you know, all the extra work that I have to do for YouTube, it's not a lot of work, but when I did talk about it on stream, I got a comment that, oh yeah, we totally look at the thumbnails. So people appreciate it, which I enjoy. I don't just let it auto do a thumbnail, because then it'll have a weird look on people's timelines. And I know that I curate my subscriptions on YouTube carefully, and I don't use their recommendations. So if something is out of place, I don't like it. All right. I'm not gonna go and buy a MIDI plug, because yeah, I don't think that's too useful. Oh, we need to actually open up YouTube chat. Whoopsie daisy. I forget. YouTube. Oh bother VOD. Open that up. I'm my own viewer. I'm the viewer of this stream. Pop out chat. Yep. All right, there we go. Now we got our chats up. Let's do. Should I do a test? I don't want to do a test, because my YouTube channel is my or at least the YouTube channel on this browser is my full name. Oh, we got one viewer. What's going on? Is YouTube having, or Twitch having troubles? No, it's just a Thursday afternoon, and everything is super boring right now. We just don't have a lot of people around. It'll eventually, you know, we'll get more people. But for now, we have viewer. Or something in the Twitch backend. Let me just check my Twitch channel. Twitch TV, bother. Boom. Okay, yeah, there I am. I see me looking over at the computer screen. Apparently, I have to be careful about opening Imgur links, because there's some weird stuff going on with, I guess, censorship or whatever. People are just posting all kinds of random crap. Yeah, it's just you, Cheesy Popcorn. No, when it says one viewer, the broadcaster counts as that one viewer. So it's me. It's just me. You're not actually here. You're not watching my stream. I'm in my element with this stuff. I think so far I've done pretty decent work, and I think it's going to work. I don't think there's any possibility of a possible bad solder joint. It's not going to happen. So I think this should go off pretty easily. It's just the question of, you know, how do I tune it? Is there something built into the software, or do I have to? Are we going to have to like find precision parts and tear this thing apart? This part of the circuit with the amplifiers in it. In addition to that, I need to modify this panel. Now I've got Fusion 360 models that involve this specific MIDI plug, because I put one on the module testing module. This thing over here has that exact MIDI plug. So I do have the footprint of that thing, but I was too lazy to go in and 3D model this. So maybe there's a possibility we do a hashtag AutoCAD ad stream tomorrow. But I think what I want to do, and it'll be more exciting and fun, is if we go, hey, Lines and Squares, how's it going? We now have 4 viewers. Okay, so we have one unaccounted for viewers, because it's me, Cheesy Popcorn, Lines and Squares, and then question mark. I don't know who question mark is. The mystery of it all is enticing. Yeah, anyway, so this one. Oh yeah, we don't need. Oh my God, it's Magic String. Oh, but now we have 6 viewers. We've got even more. Magic String's first time chat. I don't mean to bring you guys out of lurking. It's slowly increasing. What you're looking at right there, that is a wall control panel. It's called wall control. It's a kind of a neat way to hang your tools. You can buy blemished panels that have just like little bent ends and stuff, and they still work perfectly fine, right? Probably me, because I'm lurking while eating. It's to attribute individual viewers to, you know, the view count is cursed. It's just completely cursed. Here, let's get rid of the, well, I like gesticulating while I'm talking on this camera, so let me move chat. I'm gonna move you guys up a little bit. Frameless chat, it would be called frame chat. There's frameless. Wrong scene, wrong scene. Frameless chat. I'll bring you guys up a little bit. There you go. How's it going, Celia? Okay, so this is wall control panel, and I've got them, you know, sitting behind me. You guys can see them on this camera. It's what I'm using to hang like a bunch of tools on the wall. Honestly, I should have tool cabinets for all that stuff, but putting it on the wall is kind of neat. It allows me to kind of spread out a little bit here. Oh, that's bad heartburn. Hold on a second. I'm gonna get ahead of this heartburn and take a famotidine just to stop all the acid from being produced. I need to bring the famotidine bottle, these things, upstairs where all my pills are, because I keep forgetting to take it early in the morning. I'm supposed to take this daily. Bored. Waiting for a milling machine to finish, and Imgur is useless. I mentioned that earlier, and I still have no idea what's going on, but apparently belligerent Imgur users are posting all kinds of inane bullshit on the site. Mainly boobs bouncing? I don't know. Yeah, one day we'll CNC this thing. It'll be great. It's a protest. Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah. This view. So, that is wall control. It's used to hang tools on the wall. I would like to use this panel, but horizontally, and put my computer on it, because there's space and I can't really show it. I can't show it until I clean up the area. Yeah, I'm not showing that on camera. That is a mess. I cleaned up a little bit over there, but I didn't finish yet, and there's stuff all over the place. That's the non-show on broadcast area, but when I do game streams, sometimes I will show a view of my desk that shows that wall, the wall that's this wall. There's a little like cubby area that I can put the computer in and have it wall mounted. And the reason that I wall mounted it is because I got that Legion Go, the portable machine, that runs Linux pretty well, and it runs games okay. It can kind of play Valheim. Valheim's a little bit slow on it, but it can still play, you know, that level of game. Valheim looks visually very simple, but there's a lot of stuff going on three-dimensionally, and the graphics card is utilized quite a bit for Valheim. So I can play Valheim there, or I can remote into my other machine, my big gaming computer. So what I'd like to do with the big gaming computer is finally put it on a kilowatt power supply, which is that over there. So that's a kilowatt power supply. Yes, I can build my own kilowatt power supply, and I even have all the parts I need to build the kilowatt power supply. I have everything I need to build it, and it would be about this big. And it would have a bunch of those Vicor modules on it. And I have the modules. I bought them on eBay for like $100. Problem is, it's another project. It's another long project, and I just can't stomach it right now. So I purchased a kilowatt power supply, which is a lot cheaper than the Vicor modules. And I would like to think about putting the whole computer on there. Now, if you've been around the channel long enough, you know I have a comprehensive 3D model of the computer project. And so all those parts of the computer project I can marry to a virtual piece of wall control. So what we're gonna do tomorrow is I'm gonna download that wall control panel from GrabCAD. I gotta make sure it's actually wall control and not somebody's approximation of it. And then we can plan out how I'm going to attach my computer to that big panel, utilizing all the holes that are in there already. So we can 3D print stuff that'll hold up all of my hardware, including the power supply, which is going to need a fairly robust bracket. I mean, I want to be able to grab the power cord and yank it out without this thing coming with it. The same company that owns Kick bought Imgur. Really? Ah, that's bad, because Imgur was run by just some guy who was fed up about embedding stuff on Reddit. And then eventually Reddit caught up about the embedding stuff. But then Imgur became its own entity with its own fans, people who had no idea that it was spawned from Reddit. And so it became a whole company, and now the natural progression of companies is to sell out to another platform and get completely, utterly useless in the process of monetization. Because again, it's an image hosting site, and they kind of put like a banner ad on it, which is fine. Everybody's got to pay bills, but it's going to become that whole board member fiduciary responsibility engine that makes everything terrible and probably less embeddable, directly embeddable, because I liked using it to click directly onto an image and you get an image, and that's it. But the problem is that costs hosting, so end of an era, huh? And then something else will do something as simple as that and then become the new one that somebody has to buy. I can't believe Kick bought it though. Kick has a lot of things they need to do, like actually moderate their streamers a little bit. But if they over moderate their streamers, then they no longer become like the alternative for people who've been banned from Twitch. If you can't behave on Twitch, you end up on Kick for some reason. But man, I don't know. I am not co-streaming to Kick because I'm not taking my pants off. So they fired all the devs, and then all the users are protesting. They're using AI to train and ban users that posted protest images, including Stephen Colbert giving the middle finger, apparently was a protest image that AI snubbed. The people in the Imgur subreddit are screaming for the next one. All it's going to take is some guy to say, I have $10,000, why don't I start an image hosting company? The progression of things. You can't exactly copyright. I mean, can you? Like oh, that's our business. You can't do that. Oh, that's competition. Don't we honor competition? I thought this was America. I guess it's international. This is kind of dirty house that we're listening to here. Yeah, hosting files for people to access on the internet ain't illegal. Oh yeah, the other reason that I all the 3D modeling and the, excuse me, hold on. Oh, frickin' burps, man. The other reason that I want to do this is that the computer as it is right now, the way that I designed it, I did not give it a reservoir in an upper location. And so with the machine tilted, the most upper location was the radiator, and I can't get into the radiator from the side that the bubbles form on. It's just not an expensive super radiator with all of those ports all over it, right? And so in so doing that way, what does that mean? Wait a minute. Doing it that way means that bubbles are pooling in part of the machine that I can't get to. And I tried to put a butt port on it. I put a port in its butt the other day, and air just isn't really like pooling the way it is. Plus, it's like just sitting on my desk right now, and I kind of want to redo it so that it's out of the way. So out of the way being not in another room, I think it would be fun to just spread the whole thing out, put it onto a back panel, and so I can print stuff. I guess the thing that I'd be concerned with, and one problem that I've been having with the computer itself, is grounding. I'll have to be cognizant of ground planes on this, because if we're printing a bunch of plastic, that gives me a bunch of isolated elements that don't necessarily get the same ground. Although things that plug into the power supply will be grounded, so maybe that'll be okay. We need to make like a little pump cage that'll I don't know if I want it to latch into the back panel or if I want it to screw into the back panel. Because with wall control, you have those thin slots, and that's what sort of latches in. And then it also has the regular holes that you can put like normal pinboard kind of hooks into, right? But if I do use like latches, is PETG strong enough for that little tiny hole to hold up the power supply without it falling out? And I would like to be able to yank the plug. So I think maybe it'll be 3D printed elements get permanently screwed into that back plane. Also, that whole thing is a big resonator. It can create a lot of noise, and I think in some spaces I'll want to put something on the back. And do I have leftover? I don't think I have. I might have some leftover Dynamat. Maybe. I don't know. It's in the far reaches of the shop, but for the next Imgur to succeed, they need a guy with a few coins to be able to pay for hosting until they get enough money to be earned by ads. Yeah, but they must not try to get rich on the host, as folks will start using their site. The problem is, people don't care. They'll start a site like that, stick with it long enough in order for it's the exact same story over and over again with every platform. They stick with it long enough because their heads in the game and they really want to succeed, and they get this dedicated dev team that they will then just throw to the wolves at the first sight of $1 billion. They say, I want your site for 12 million. And you go, 12 million? That's permanent retirement money. And you go, bye, I don't care anymore. And they bug out. It sucks. And then the company that bought it goes, how do we monetize this? We need to make back our $12 million. And then they go, oops, we lost all of our users. Oh, well, that's the way it goes. What the hell? It's insane. It's insane, the life cycle of these things. What's up, Lesnar? Yeah, it's Thursday afternoon for me. We're going to work on the MIDI thing. I would have sold myself out for 12 million. I don't know what the money was. I just tried to quote a big number, but like, yeah, big number. You face me with big number and I go, I'm sorry, and then I'm gone. I'm a cloud of dust in the shape of oh bother. That kind of money would get me a warehouse, and I could move all my stuff to the warehouse, and then I could. I found on Reddit some, I don't know what it is, some YouTube channel wanted to basically start up this thing where they just annoy Republicans with posts, social media posts. But what they showed at the very top of their post was a video where they went, "We're going to destroy a Tesla because screw those guys," which fine, that's great. But I noticed they were only destroying the top part of the Tesla. And the top part of the Tesla is useless to me. The drivetrain, everything below the belt on the Tesla is super duper duper important to me for a project that I can't handle because I live in this little room in a basement, and unfortunately I don't have access to my own garage. Although given the opportunity, maybe I would push somebody out of the garage for a little bit while I figured out how to store those parts. But they didn't accept PMs, so I had to put a message in the main like Reddit post, which is really cringy to do, and I don't like doing it, where you have to put, I have to like be like subtly just be like, and I'm a creator from Philly as well, because they were in the Philly subreddit posting this thing. But I noticed later the videos from 3 months ago, but what they did, they took tools to the top half of this Tesla, and I'm like, there's a lot of really good parts in there. There's a lot of really good parts in there. So the Project Goblin in the back of my brain was like, me, and I'm like, no, silence, I can't do that. So I left a little post in there, and they actually responded to it. And apparently they did the destruction at an auto shop that was going to utilize those drivetrain parts. So darn it, I don't get to make a Resto mod electric car for pennies on the dollar. Oh well. And I have a feeling what that auto shop did was they bought a Tesla because they're, as my friend describes it, but my friend is like, has a lot of money. He just says, oh, they're basically free. They're like $10,000, right? Or $5,000 if you get lucky, and lightly used from used auto dealerships. Because a little while back, Hertz dumped their entire fleet, so you could get a white Tesla with the like Model S. You could get all the cool stuff for really cheap. And if I had money, I'm going to turn this down a little bit. If I had any money, I would have jumped on that, because you can then just part out the car, get all the stuff you need, and then as I've been muling about for ages, get a 944 and figure out how to take apart the battery and put it back together in the the drive shaft tunnel. If I could put the battery there, that would make a 50-50 weight ratio car. I mean, you'd have to offset it a little bit by putting some batteries in the front, because the motor weighs about 250. It's about the weight of an average American. Greetings, friends of a personal pneumatic pipe mail from DigiKey Mauser, and so directly into the house. You really walked around the block, Blowfish, to have that, your typical greetings, friends of thing entrance. You don't have to do that. It was probably over 12 million. It was sold for an undisclosed sum. How much is image hosting worth? It was a staple of Reddit until Reddit undercut it. And so there are fans of Inger that are like dedicated, because it became another social media. Pneumatic pipe mail? Did places still do that? I remember back in the 80s, early 90s, my uncle at the time showed me around the financial company that he worked for in Philly. It was in Conshohocken, and or where Ridge Avenue? No, something or other Pike, where the TGIF is. It's where some of the radio stations are in Philly. Anyway, he was showing me around the financial company, and they had this pneumatic tube system, because I guess email hadn't really become a thing yet. And so I was fascinated with it. And put the thing in the little thing, close the thing, and it shoop, and flies away. That was really cool. Hospitals, yeah, the blood samples in hospitals, they still use pneumatics for. There's a big pneumatic thing where I get my blood drawn. I'm familiar with that. I guess just as mail delivery, it's a little weird. Maybe not that weird. You know, I was thinking about our modification of this switch. If we just flatten the little thing that goes in there, I wonder if it'll make good connection when it tilts back and forth. That might be our way out of this. 1N4148, thump. The thing that I would love if I had infinite money and was able, like if I was like the Mr. Beast of electronics, they have in a BMW dealership in Virginia, Northern Virginia, they have this wonderful system that actually has this giant conveyor belt of trays. And the conveyor belt is like multiple stories tall, and it has these huge trays. I mean, they're like enormous. They're like the size of my desk. You go to the computer and you request a part, and then the whole conveyor belt moves, and it throws the tray out and opens up a safety door, and you get the stuff off of the tray. And so when something is out of stock on a different floor, there's another department that stocks this thing and keeps all of the parts going and orders new ones. I think that would be awesome. I'd be like, computer, give me the fan project, and it'd be like, it'd be so cool. The ultimate in parts storage. I mean, as cool as a pneumatic tube would be, I mean, that would be kind of awesome too. You could draw a face on it and have a whole segment where Tubi delivers you parts. But the wall computer thing, I wanna plan that out in CAD so that I can print all of the stuff to mount my computer on that piece of wall control, and we'll use actual proper clear water cooling tubing, because I'd like to see whether or not there are bubbles in the line, and also I need higher flow than what I've been getting on my computer, because my computer's been spooling up very heavily lately when I click on just like a link on the desktop. I'll click on a link and it'll go rear, and so I kind of want to avoid that. I would love to get like a big car radiator, but I can't get a big car radiator because they're aluminum, and aluminum will get eaten alive by all of the copper stuff in that system. To host all images and videos that are already on Imgur will take about 30 petabytes, and expect 1 to 3 terabyte of storage per day. Wow, that's a lot. What is it estimating that on? Conversations. Conversations, regardless of the relevancy, it's basing it on conversations. So I don't know how great that number, how trustworthy that number is, but big number goes up, I guess. But that's the thing, is they're going to use all of Imgur to train AI now. Every database is going to be ransacked by these jokers, by these chuckle fucks. And they've even ransacked the databases that you would think would not be ransacked, like private government data has been completely ransacked. It's so tiresome. What is this guy talking about? I don't know. Is the music overbearing? It's probably way in the background for you guys. It's the same volume on my speakers, so I don't know if I've succeeded in making it a little less intrusive. It's a little harder than the stuff that I like to have in the background. You have music on? Oh, you guys can't hear it at all? Well, I don't want it to be too bad. I'll just leave it right there. Medical stuff and addresses? I don't know. When you get notification of a leak that has occurred, it seems like the destination might be ransacking it for AI. We're in the meme age. The Bronze Age is over. We've entered the meme age. Oh, good. It still fits. I didn't think it would fit. See, now when it tilts, it'll actually disconnect. We'll see. This is like real acidy house. This stuff is crazy. We got some 303 noises going on in the background there. Actually, not right now, but we're not quite in Chicago house territory. If this works, we'll swap this switch in. I think this song is acid funk. I'm not totally certain, but oh, I still need to memorize the location of all the stuff on that panel. I upgraded to the Stream Deck XL because I put a USB-C hub all the way over here. So the USB-C goes directly to the back of the computer. So this thing has tons of bandwidth so that I can host the webcam, the mouse and keyboard, and the Stream Deck, which are all kind of heavy bandwidth users. The keyboard and mouse isn't, but it's just part of it. What else did I have over there? Oh yeah, there's the acid. Woo! Oh, I love that stuff. Not actual acid. I mean like the music style. I have never done acid. I don't think I care to do hallucinogenics very much. I like to be in control. As a diabetic, I have sort of deep-rooted trauma about not being in control, so I don't want to explore that in the realm of psychedelics. Oh well, LOL. Oh, there it is. That was the solution. And if I flip the switch, hold on, flip the switch, switchy, it goes down to ohms. Haha, I'm the wiener. Yeah, see, that would be me screaming. Yeah, just during the drop. Hell yeah. We converted this into being a dual throw instead of a triple throw. SBT, no, SPTT, single pole triple throw. This one is a triple throw. It goes off in the middle, which is great if you have 3 modes, but we don't have 3 modes. We have 1 voice and 2 voice mode. So we can get this out and we can put in the proper one. Which, by the way, if this was going into some kind of a product, anything other than a personal project, or if it was being used for anything other than a simple indicator to the microcontroller, I probably wouldn't trust the switch that I've taken apart and put back together. But in this case, I mean, it's not that much of a modification. We took sort of the crunchy, whatever it is, the panty liner looking thing, and I crushed it in a vise so it's flat, and now it just teeter-totters over the common pin. What up, Brink Gigi? All kinds of good conversation going on here. The thing that I, theory crafting about a project is my favorite thing to do, but yeah, apparently I was not this close to getting a Tesla drivetrain. It would have been awesome though, because it was a fellow Philadelphia creator, and I say fellow not because I am diminishing their Philadelphia-ness, it's because I'm diminishing my Philadelphia-ness, because I'm a little bit outside of the city. So I don't know how much I could call myself a Philly creator, but man, in my dreams, they would have responded with, yeah, we don't know what to do with this. And I would be like, and show up with a station wagon in 10 minutes, screeching rubber tires. That would have been cool. But yeah, I pivoted from thinking about cars that I'm never going to be able to build. Hello, I will take that off of your hands. Yeah, right. Here's $20. I'll dispose of this for you. You're having trouble disposing of it? It'd be like a couple days pulling stuff out of the bottom of the car, and then I would immediately just yeet it over to like a scrapyard or some other thing. Hold on, I've got terrible hiccups. We defrosted this slow-cooked beef thing last night, and it's some kind of a recipe where you put like ranch powder on the beef, and then you put pepperoncini and mushrooms and onions in there, and you slow cook it. And it's pretty good. It tastes really good. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit, I don't know, you know, it's a little bit weird, but it tastes pretty good, and it rendered out a lot of the fat from the beef, and it was very fatty. And so today we had this tiny little sample of it that was left. And so trying to kill stuff in the fridge so that we don't have things that go bad, I put the beef on a bun and I ate that for lunch. There was a lot more fat than I had banked in that beef. I heated it up a little bit, so I wasn't aware of how much fat got in. And now my stomach is a nuclear Superfund site. And I'm burping up waste that would make the Toxic Avenger's nose curl up. It's awful. So I'm trying to mitigate that. I took a famotidine too late, too little too late, taking a what is it? An proton inhibitor. It sounds like something you would say in like a 50s sci-fi. But taking one of these proton channel inhibitors to reduce the amount of acid that I'm getting in my stomach doesn't help when there's already a ton of acid in the stomach. But eventually, I guess stuff will kind of work itself out, and I'll stop burping up nuclear sludge. The stomach microorganisms are working hard. Are there a lot? I didn't think there were. I didn't think they were in the stomach. Is that right? It's the intestine that has all the bugs in it. that the what is it? The ecosystem of all of that stuff changes with your diet. The gut microbiome. Yeah, I thought the stomach was too acidic for all that, but maybe there is. Stomach is mostly just acid. Yeah, as with anything in the human body, it's like a spectrum of stuff. I kind of want to get started because we have kind of like that was indeed the intestines that you meant. Okay, yeah, this is a little bit of science. A little bit of science never hurt anybody. Wait, no, it hurt a lot of people. Wait a minute. I want to have minimal downtime on this project, so getting all of this stuff in CAD and then planning around that. Message needs to go away. For the subscription message? Oh, because it was just popped up on your thing. Well, thank you for the 12 months. I appreciate the resubscription. I appreciate that very much. Printing all the stuff to go into the little slots on this thing and then putting it, like staging it all and getting it ready to go, and then being able to transfer my computer over to this very quickly is sort of one of the goals of that project. In addition to pulling out all the water cooling stuff and cleaning them. Apparently that stuff that I put in, it looked like body fluid. I'm gonna say body fluids because close to the intro, I don't wanna just start talking about man fluids, but it looks like that. It's that color. I got it so that you wouldn't be able to see the internals because the internals are all messed up from when we had mixed metals in the water cooling system. Everything still works fine, but it's got all of this nastiness looking inside of it. And so what I want to do is cover that up. And so I put this like colored fluid into the system and it all settled because there's so little water flow in the system right now, which is fine. You don't need a ton of water flow in order to cool your stuff. Water cooling, I mean, as long as you have fluid movement in there, everything will get to be about the same temperature because water doesn't like to change temperatures. So it'll stay cool long and it'll hold the heat long and it'll transfer it all very nicely. But since it all settled out, it clumped together and it got stuck on all the fins of the various, like the GPU cooler and the processor cooler has like this funk on it. It's like algae. But it's not algae, it's the stuff that was supposed to make the water cooling loop not be visible. Nasty, it's terrible stuff. Use yogurt. I mean, as long as there's yogurt flow, but yogurt has its own biome. I haven't eaten a yogurt in a long time. I wonder if that'll help me out. get the right gut bacteria. Actually, we've used yogurt in some recipes, some sauces and stuff. I got a Tukari 3D printer enclosure and built it. Nice. Nice. Greek yogurt is good for your gut. Yeah, I think we used it in like a tartar sauce recently. It's a good mother sauce for a lot of different things. We should maybe get started. Enough with this acid house way in the background, huh? But, well, no, I'm not done talking. I'm not done theory crafting. If I can spread out on this thing, if I can spread the computer out on this thing, because I don't have to take it to LAN parties anymore, so I can mount it on the wall. It'll look really cool in the background of game streams if we do that. I am just going to put water in it, maybe even just distilled water, I'm not sure. I'm just going to put water in it, and if I use the drywall anchors, I can put it on drywall. I don't need to put it on studs, although I think those holes are spaced out 26 inches for studs. I think they are. Most of the wall control and the wall behind me, I at least want one of the pillars of them on a stud. I'm not sure if that'll mount to studs or not, but to put it in the right spot, I'll just do it to drywall and use those big screw drywall anchors. And then I'll have this cool backdrop for the cameras. The computer will be spread out. I'll have the motor down below, and that has its own reservoir, but it doesn't matter that it has its own reservoir because it needs to be low and a reservoir needs to be high. And so having the motor as part of that is kind of cursed. So having the motor / reservoir low, I'll have an additional reservoir. You can't see it. I think this is over top of it. Hold on. No, it's just not visible over there. I have this little tiny reservoir that's kind of a neat, it's a weird one, but it's this little acrylic reservoir. And so if we plumb that into the system up high, that's where the evaporation will occur, and I'll be able to see that the water level gets low, and I'll just be able to top that off. So I need to keep that towards the right side of the whole panel because that'll be what I can access easily. Don't get the flavored stuff. The more gross it tastes, the more medicine. I mean, you know, with the unflavored Greek yogurt, you can add your own stuff, but yeah, I like to get the stuff with fruit in it. I used to eat that as a breakfast / actually, I used to eat that as a lunch, and I should probably get back to doing that. I think we've installed everything in this. We just need to do the MIDI. All right, let's get started. All of this mix is really nice. I like this, but I'm gonna fade it out gradually. Oh, it just stopped. Hi, I know I'm talking about computer projects that I don't need to do, although I kind of need to do it. And I'm also burping up nuclear sludge, but we need to get the stream started, and we're not doing either of those today. We will do a hashtag AutoCAD ad tomorrow, just so that I can keep my copy of the software, and we'll involve the computer in it because we can plan an entire build that I can do lickety-split. I can just very quickly put together if we do it in CAD first. Am I gonna bend the tubes? I kind of don't want to bend any tubes because it's a pain in the butt. If I need to, I guess I can. I have tube forms, I have the silicone inserts. I have way more water cooling gear than I think I should have, considering how much I messed up bending tubes traditionally. We had some old streams, probably only Silly Russell remembers these, where I tried to bend tubes and it just messed it up. And then enter my other computer buddy who's never done it before. And I've never bent tubes before. How do you do it? And I'm like teaching him all this stuff. You got to put this thing in there and then you bend it across the floor. And he's like, okay, let me try. And he does it perfectly. He did it perfectly the first try and it looked great. I can't win. Anyway, so I want to replan the water cooling build and make it make more sense. And have it capture bubbles at the right locations and have the radiators be flat so that any bubble that gets in there is encouraged to leave the radiator properly. Beginner's luck. It's absolutely a case of beginner's luck. It's just so expressly and fundamentally irritating to me that he got it perfectly and I can't do it properly. I'll maybe try to avoid bending tubes. I don't want it to, honestly, I don't want it to look like a traditional water-cooled rig. I would love to build all the tubing out of aluminum or do something like crazy with it. But the crazy stuff that like copper tubing from a house, the crazy stuff that I want to do with it involves way too much effort. So we're going to do a semi-traditional water cooling setup, but it's going to be flat and designed specifically to encourage bubbles to leave the whole system. So I don't have the troubles that I'm having with my computer right now. It'll hopefully discourage having greater flow. I don't know if that'll matter, but discourage the whole system from ramping up and down. And then when I get the kilowatt power supply involved, I can unlock some of the features that I closed away on my graphics card when I was going with 750 watt power supply. The 5950X and the 6900 XT would like to utilize more power, but since I'm only on 750 watts, I closed down some of those features so it won't suddenly ramp everything up and draw a bunch of current. I want to see what happens when I unlock that stuff. Maybe I'll get graphics nirvana, or maybe just the computer will last longer before it starts feeling slow. That's the main one because I don't have money. Anyway, that's for tomorrow. For today, I want to finish this thing. This is a MIDI converter that will work with my modular synthesizer. It's a module for a modular synthesizer. If you guys don't know, modular synthesizer makes you buy a bunch of stuff and build it and then throw it into a bin where it will sit gathering dust, much like my 3D printer. It's sort of the same hobby. No, modular synthesizers take all of the functionality of a typical synthesizer. What does a synthesizer do? It synthesizes audio. It synthesizes an instrument, I guess. I don't know if there's any specific instrument that they wanted it to synthesize, but it starts with well, it starts with voltages. Synthesizers, modular synthesizers, you press a button or a key or something controls something else in order to create audio waves and then manipulate the audio waves and then output the audio waves in an interesting manner that's controllable or repeatable. Doesn't have to necessarily even be repeatable, and allows you to make funky noises that people like to listen to. Or if you're Aphex Twin, it can make absolute balls to the wall noise that doesn't make any sense. No, I actually don't. I really like Aphex Twin and Square Pusher and all of them. I think they're great. I just find it funny to to not call it music. But anyway, so synthesizers are supposed to make noise in a manner that is intended, I guess. That's as strong of a word as I can put there. And they use voltages, and so they've got they have various controllable voltages that will do various things. Will it trigger something to happen? Will it tell a note by a volt, or will it manipulate a slide back and forth? It's basically automating yourself out of twiddling knobs, but also allowing you to twiddle knobs to make music. So modular synthesizers are modules of function. When you boil it down, you can say, well, okay, this is the oscillator section, this is the filter section, this is the sequencer section. Those sections you can make into a standardized panel. And what they look to was telecom. Telecommunications has had the standardization of panel sizes and widths and heights and depths. And so they basically just jumped on that piggyback in order to create the modular synthesizer. You can find telecom equipment, and I do have actual test equipment back here. It's sitting over there in the corner, but that actual test equipment is the same sort of size. So I can pull out the multimeter on that thing and put a voltage controlled oscillator in there instead. So they decided to standardize on the backs of telecom equipment, and then they used an easy voltage that would allow a lot of different electronics to work with it, which is plus minus 12 volts. You know, computers, the ATX power standard has negative 12 volts in there because they used to use plus minus 12 volts in order to create audio. But they don't do that anymore because it's like a lot of volts, and so they just take like an offset, and it's like 1 volt is your line in. But anyway, so all those voltages control other voltages, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can break out the synthesizer into modules, and so people have, and they've made all kinds of really cool modules, in addition to DIYing them. And so my entry into modular synthesizers was my buddy going, hey, you know, you can just order circuit boards, and they're like $20. I'm like, wait, what do you mean? You could just buy circuit boards, and they don't even give you instructions on how to put together the modules. I love that, because I'm at a level of electronics where I'm overly confident in my own skills and my own collection of stuff. So I decided to flex a little bit on my collection of electronics. And it turns out I had to buy a lot of stuff, like a lot of stuff, in order to get up to speed, because I have mostly digital things, and the digital things that I have are like LED controllers and stuff. It's not like digital to analog converters. I don't have a lot of that kind of stuff. So I've had to buy a lot of stuff, and I've had to learn a lot of stuff about how to put together synthesizers, and I've sort of found what I like, found what I don't like. The only thing that I don't have is an actual working modular synthesizer. What the hell happened? The tuning and testing of everything has taken me a little bit of time, mostly because I completely burnt out on everything. I didn't want to take look at electronics for a little while there, and I forced myself to continue on, which made everything just a little bit slower in sort of its progression. But back in the saddle. We're working on these things. I am on the precipice of getting things working properly. What I wanted to do was be able to take a keyboard, a MIDI keyboard, and just go beep, boop, bop, 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 right? That's all. It's just beep, bop, bop, and have those noises progress to the synthesizer as I learn how these modules work, because it's a two-step process. You have to learn how to build it. You have to build it, and then you have to make sure it works properly, and then you have to learn how to use it. Those are all big things. They're all big. And so to get myself into that learning step a little bit more, I wanted to take something as easy as just punching a keyboard. I got the keyboard, and then I realized that MIDI modules can get kind of expensive. You can spend a couple $100 on them. You could spend $100. You could also spend $300 on a MIDI input module. Hey, what's up, Mahalo? What's Bungie say? Do you like to listen to funky noises? Well, of course. Well, of course I do. Wendy Carlos, I've not heard the name, has a video from the 70s on using the Moog synthesizer. She composed all of the Tround soundtrack. Ah, that's cool. I watched Sisters with Transistors, which is a documentary on the original electronic music ladies who basically cut up tape and taped it together. They taped tape to tape, and they made the tape of electronic music. And it's pretty cool. Like Kraftwerk. Listen, when you guys listen to an actual like song, there's a lot going on, and it's more than I am able to produce with the modular synthesizer. Speedy Cat might be able to make an entire song with the sheer volume of stuff that they're putting together. Mine, I don't think I'm going to get all that much out of it. Although I do have a chord module, which will save me a couple voices. Actually, that was one that I was planning to build. I don't have it. I could make it out of these circuit boards that I ordered, although there's still a mistake on those boards and they're a little bit big. Anywho, in order to put my mouth where my money is, gross. I would like to actually get the thing outputting noises, and then I can have better idea of what the scope of everything is that I'm putting together. We'll see if, I don't think it's going to replace intro music, but it's possible that it could do some functions like that. Or maybe it could just make a cool intro noise every time. Every time I start the stream, it'll blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Having Julian and Dave in here during streams, you can see a kind of minimalistic, even their setups that have like hundreds of dollars of modules going on, the noises that they can make. And it takes them a little bit of effort to get it together. But I've got plenty of modules. I've got a tester for the modules. I want something that's a little bit better than just giving it a singular like bloop. I want to have a control voltage coming out of something with maybe also something for the attack of how hard you're punching the key. I can then put into the modules and see stuff working. I think it'll give it a little bit more of a visceral, why are you guys staring at my crotch? A little bit more of a visceral sort of sense of what's going on and kind of get my head back into the game. So we've been working on this for some time. I've been doing modular synthesizers for some time. My collection of parts, even in doing the MIDI thing, my collection of parts has grown a little bit. I'm in good shape, though. Well, not personally, but in terms of building stuff. So this didn't come with a standoff, huh? I guess we know the distance from this. We know the distance is going to be the 10 millimeter of the Thonky Kong, and so this is going to fit in like that, and it's actually going to float above a little bit. Okay, so that's actually good news. Actual good news in this day and age? Jeez. Yeah, so the size of my MIDI plug is going to be perfect. What we need to do is we need to cut out the mount for the MIDI plug. I could 3D print a form for it, or we can just use files and stuff. And I think we're probably just going to use files and stuff in order to plot it out. I can scribe the outline of this thing, and then we can kind of get it close to the scribe line, and I think it'll plug in properly. This is your typical panel mount has a couple different features that you need to sort of adhere to in order to have this thing properly fit onto your panel. And depending on the orientation, this is a keyway. I guess you could call it a keyway. Yeah, it's a keyway. This is designed to keep this thing from twisting. I mean, these won't let it twist either, but these are sort of the locking plugs. I guess what this will do is it'll keep whoever's installing it from putting it in backwards. I think that's mainly what this thing is supposed to do. But we will have to make a little nubble and bump on it. And then we have to make sure, I guess with this panel, if I'm not 3D printing the panel, and maybe sometime soon we'll design the panel in CAD and I'll 3D print it instead, because that's sort of the aesthetic of the entire synthesizer. They have an FR4 panel. It's actually, I find it really cute when they put like a circuit on the FR4 panel. This looks like they just went to the board manufacturer and had them drill holes for them, which I guess is okay. It's, I don't know, it seems like a waste of a PCB. But anyway, this is just like a FR4. It's like a millimeter or so thick, or one and a half maybe. So you can see these little catches are designed to spring outwards and sort of, you know, put some pressure on the outside. And if you don't get it right, this will kind of rattle around a little bit. So we want to make sure that we're nice and tight with this thing, and that our holes fill in for just that. They have to be a little bit inside of the radius, and then this will spring out and put a little pressure on it. So that's the plan. We could go online and find a part number for this thing. It would take a little bit of searching, but in the data sheet for something that's panel mount, they typically give you a cutout, like cutout dimensions. Yeah, we're gonna have to open the hole up a little bit, I think, because this is just a little bit small. They have CNC machines that'll get you. Oh, that I'll get you, I thought you said, and I got excited. Better dimensional accuracy than eyeballing it with a hand drill. Eyeballing it with a hand drill is a time-honored tradition. And actually, I was watching the Colin Furze video from today. Would it be weird if Colin Furze knew my name? That's how I felt when Strange Parts knew my name. It was crazy. But Colin Furze did a video today, and it obviously was way over the top, and I think he's probably going to get trapped in his garage from the store that he's building. But he showcased a tool that I have, and it was born from the time-honored tradition of making front panels. This is a precision center punch. What this is designed to do, and it's kind of dusty because I've been storing it outside, which I shouldn't do. I should have like a fine machine tools drawer, but this thing is covered in dust. Hold on one sec. Ugh, it's disgusting. Disgusting. Hold on, let me just wipe it off. Wiping my tool, wiping my tool. All right, so what this is designed to do is allow you to punch holes very, very accurately indeed. And it involves these, not fiber optic, but they're these sort of light pipe looking things that have a crosshair on it. And there's two different ones, and they got two different crosshairs. You can use the circle one, or you can use the square one. The circle one is interesting because the humans perceive circles in kind of an interesting way. Like the what is it again? Wait, no, I'm thinking about the wrong phenomenon. People are good at estimating around a circle. So like gauges in cars are better suited being like a needle around a circle as opposed to like a number, right? Made some crazy stuff over the years. Yeah, that knife skirt was something that I really don't support. Light gets into the side, and you can view the magnified image on this thing. These things are dirty. I don't know. It looks better in person, but the microscope doesn't really do it enough justice. You get a little crosshair in there. It looks a lot cleaner on the actual thing. And then you can pinpoint where you're going to punch the hole with like very, very high accuracy. Hold on, the microscope's not viewing directly straight down. If I do that, maybe focus it a little bit. That's not going to do. It was like a rotating knife skirt that rotated around his body. So if he put his hands down, he would have cut himself. Like it's kind of too cursed to exist in my mind. So you'd center your punch like I did just there, and then push this thing down, remove that, and then you would put in a metal punch and punch it, and it would create a divot very accurately to your hole. And I thought this would have been the solution. Was that really 8 years ago? I really hope I didn't find it when it was new. I think I found it when it was old, maybe. I'm not sure. But anyway, aside from the inevitable passage of time, he showcased this tool. I don't find a ton of uses for this thing because it has to be on like a flat surface. Well, it doesn't have to be, but it helps. You know, it's kind of designed for like a big flat surface so that when you push down the cork thing, it doesn't slide all over the place. And then you have to do that whole manual change off. The other way to do, like, I mean, on a flat panel like this would be a godsend, but the other way to do it is to scribe. And when you make an X with a scribe, it's pushing that metal out. And so you have like two areas where the metal's been kind of pushed out, and you can, with the tip of a center punch, you can actually walk along your scribed marking until it reaches the other one. You can feel it hit the other marking, punch there, and you're pretty accurate to where your holes are supposed to be. But then I did that, and I tried to punch it, and then I tried to use the thing that ClickSpring uses, those little like tapered bit things, use one of those, and then drill it out, and then all the roll holes were in the wrong place. The only way that I've been able to do holes in panels and not have it be a complete cock-up is by using Fusion 360 to do datum lines and make everything numerically perfect and send it over to a 3D printer to print out. The other way that I've been able to do panels accurately is with the digital readout on the milling machine. Digital readout on the milling machine tells you exactly where you are numerically. You do a little math to figure out where the center is. You find your edges and then just go from there. And I was able to make panels that actually don't have holes in all the wrong places. But those drill bits, when you're hand drilling holes into a panel, this is something that every maker should have to suffer through because it's a time-honored tradition. But that drill bit can walk around. I've just never been able to get them right. In the case that you decide to rebuild the panel, I believe the module has been open sourced. Oh, that's good. Yeah, Erica Synths, I do wish they would program their code, or sorry, publish their code a little bit more than typical, but Erica's been a pretty good company. I was able to, with Julian's reverb module, I was able to reverse engineer their entire chip just because it was very simple what the chip was doing. Oh, it's on GitHub. Oh, thank you, Magic String. So if I want to, I could probably take the whatever it is, the layout drawing of that, and just put it into Fusion and make my own panel. And the print for that would be probably an hour or two, and we would have all the right holes in all the right places. We're probably going to take longer than that to modify this panel, but I kind of want to just try to modify this panel. I don't want to open up Fusion 360 right now. My machinist brother tells me split point drill bits help. I think that's these. No, this is a countersink set. This is the kind of thing that ClickSpring was using in order to go over those tiny little holes and make them. Although he has like a larger countersink, like a hand tool that he'll go over them with too sometimes. But he was using these things to sort of start the hole forming and then use a drill bit after that. And if you're a real machinist, you then ream the hole, because apparently drill bit holes are not round. So you'd undersize it just slightly and then come back in with a ream. That's way too much effort for a lot of stuff. But a machinist buddy of mine was telling me, like, that's how you know somebody's like a real machinist, if they have a set of reams. I have a random smattering of random reams. So that's one thing we got to do. We got to do the plug there. The other thing we got to do is put in this switch. This switch is the one that we were modifying last stream. And in the intro of this stream, what I did is I pulled the thing apart and I said, you know what? This thing has like a spring pusher on it, right? It's just a big nub that pushes down on this piece of copper. And the piece of copper has these wings on it that pivot on the center. So the center maintains its connection to the common pin just from being pushed by a spring. So if we get rid of any structure on that pivot, that little teeter-totter, then the nub goes all the way over to the end and just gets caught because this becomes a wedge. Master, I have to go all out this one time. Anyway, what was that song? It was like echoey singing. It's like a meme song. All right, anyway. Yeah, anyway. So that little pivot goes all the way to the end and gets kind of wedged in the end. What it had before was two like cups so that it would wedge on one side, catch in the middle, and then wedge on the other side. And that's what gave it sort of the on-off-on thing, right? So it's on, off, on. But we don't want that. I ordered the wrong switch. It's the right size, but it's the wrong switch. So we'll get this one out, we'll put this one in. All I had to do was put that little winged thing in the vise. So now it's just a flat piece, and that nub goes on, clicks it like that, and the other side lifts. That's all that switches are. It's a little bit of dielectric grease and then this pivoting copper or brass bit in the middle. This is only going to be operating in 5 volts. So I'm not too concerned about any other sort of operating, you know, like I've gone in and edited the switch. What happens when lawyers get involved, right? Doesn't matter. We're on a custom built DIY modular synthesizer that uses pretty low voltages. So I think we're going to be okay. All right, so let's get the old one out. So the old one out, we can use the vise on this. And what I'll do is I'll just use the big soldering iron and I'll just try to get all 3 of those pins hot at the same time. It might just drop out. It's got a little bit of weight to it, not a ton, but a little bit of weight to it. And that might be enough for it to just encourage itself to fall to the earth. See, my iron's turned itself off because I left it on. Smart soldering iron is nice to have sometimes. I'll put the big wedgie guy on there. Push the button, and then we are up to temperature. That's how quickly this iron operates. It's a 300-watt soldering iron. It's nothing to be sneezed at. There's the... there you go. Easy peasy. So now we got to get the solder out of there. We'll use the suction for it. The song that I'm thinking of was part of the I'm tired of being horny meme. Or I'm tired of horny. I forget which one it was. With the dog meme in it. Cheems. Oh no, this thing is going down the hill. Going downhill. It's not throwing the solder out as well as it should because we messed with it earlier. The solder's getting around the extractor and it's sticking to stuff. Here, maybe I can get tweezers on this. Yeah, see that? The solder goes around that pin. I think the pin's worn down. May have to get another one of these. They're not expensive, but this one they're rebuildable, which is really important. The rebuildability of the solder sucker is very important to me. Come on, Nipex, you can do this. Ah! Trying to grab just that tiny little edge, and since solder is soft, it is not helping me. Oh, plus the pin's like right there. I mean, if I bend it in, well, hold on, let's see if I can just get a grip on it. Is that pushed in? No, it's pushed out. So there should be, maybe I can do a pin tool. Like a dental scraper. Technically a clay working tool, because it's not sterile. There you go. There's a little, I think there might still be some in there. No, we might have gotten it. Blah, 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 blah. What's up, 21 Givenchy? All right, so we've cleared the solder out of that. This is looking a little terrible, so let's get the little sample of 1/4-inch tubing that I have stowed away in here and just cut another one. Cut another one. How's it going? We're having kind of a quiet Thursday here, and we're working on this modular synthesizer MIDI converter so that I can play a keyboard into my modular synthesizer. Okay, so to cut it to length, what I do is I push this thing in so that the little nub comes out, and then I cut it to the length of the nub. And then scissors? Where are my scissors? Where'd they go? I didn't put them away properly. Here they are. Keyboard effects? Yeah. I want it to have a little bit more of a visceral, like, playing thing. I want to actually, like, play the synthesizer so that it'll rekindle my interest. Oh boy, I messed that up. Rekindle my interest in actually working on it, because I've built a lot of modules for it, and they all need quite a bit of work to get running, and I need to learn how they work. So there's a little bit of homework involved in this whole process. Anyway, the flush cutters did a good job on that. Let's see if I can properly extract stuff. It's at a bit of an angle. Yeah, that should work. That should be all right. All right, cool. Back in business. A little bit of solder sucker maintenance goes a long way. Clean. I pronounce you clean. And this is still screwing up. Huh. I wonder how I get around that. I recently had solder get stuck in this thing, and so it wore away at the extraction shaft a little bit, and so now things aren't as tight of a fit, and they're starting to kind of bind on each other. There you go. See, it's supposed to remove like a plug of solder. All right, well, I'll put that down, and if it gives me gruff in the future, then I know to use a dental tool, and yeah. So this is the old one. It is in the off position that we're not supposed to have. Modifiable by squishing the little pivot inside of the switch. I've created an on-off that feels right. It feels like a switch. It feels like a lever switch, and it went back together pretty good. I don't see a lot of blemishes on the body. So I'm moderately confident that this thing will not blow up or blow up early. I think it'll do okay. All it's doing is sending a signal to the microcontroller. So I'm gonna hold this in place and solder it, and I guess I'm gonna switch tips on the iron, and then we'll break out the files and start filing away at this thing so that we can fit the weird MIDI plug that I have instead of the cool, chill MIDI plug that's required for the build. He's just a cool guy, doesn't afraid of anything. Yoink. Up to temperature. There we go. And then we'll bring you guys in close. Throw this thing in the mix. Get this thing up in there. I need solder. There it is. That'll make it just a little bit closer to what it was actually intended for the build. Standoffs are going to be a difficult thing for us to source. I have a couple. They were from like an Arduino kit. I don't know if they're enough. Well, it'll be interesting, to say the least. All right, switch sitting on its feet. And just get a little bit of solder in there with my third hand. Let's check to see that it's centered and upright. It's not. Hold on, let's grab it by hand. You anchor one of the pins, and then the others can guide your manipulation of it. Oh! it's very crooked. It's very crooked. Very sort of crooked indeed. All right, let's get this thing centered. Oh, no. I backed out. I backed out. It affected it. It won't affect my child. They're a little crooked still. Let's compare it to the front panel. Maybe the front panel will help me guide it. Although this switch hole is a little bit big. Switch hole's a little bit large. That's fine. I don't need to keep going with this. It's fine. Nobody will notice. Nobody will notice. Come on. Everyone will notice. It's gonna be the first thing they comment on. Hey, Bother, how's it? Is that switch crooked? They won't even say hi to me. They just comment on my shoddy engineering. This is subpar. Dun, dun, dun. We had to use a lot of surface mount components in this because that's what I have. I prefer surface mount because I don't have to do stuff like I'm doing right now, where I have to flip the board around in order to see what I'm doing. And also the components just have the names written on them instead of some weird cryptic color coding. Okay, that I was not getting ahead of the BTUs on that one. That one was cooling off through the body of the switch very quickly. I think it's just because of the, well, no, that's not, this isn't connected to anything electrically. But all right, there we go. Now we've got our on and also on switch. Yay. Cool. Okay, baton. We need to do the buttons and the LEDs. We'll do all this stuff before we do the mechanical thing, because soldering looks cooler. So is the buttons that I had with the Funky Kongs, is this going to do it? These buttons can kind of be confusing when you install them. They have a connection on the same side that the pins are on. So this pin and that pin are electrically connected. This pin and that pin are electrically connected. When you push the button, it connects all of them. They all become connected, because all that's inside of that thing, of a tactile button, is a little metal dome. And the little metal dome goes click. So it's the Rousey fallen over gif. It just, and it makes the noise. It goes, and when that dome flattens, it'll connect like one contact patch and another contact patch. In the Valve controller, the controller that Valve built, what they have is a circle and also another circle and a dome, a metal dome just taped on. They just taped it. That is the cheapest way that you could possibly do a tactile button. It works for them though, because the only thing on the triggers is a spring. And so you're just moving a piece of plastic until it gets to its end and then it clicks. And so they have a magnet and a Hall effect sensor. So the Hall effect sensor sits on the circuit board, the magnet sits on the pivoting thing. I have seen in my time taking apart controllers all manner of styles of analog inputs to controllers. The old Microsoft controllers, not Daisy Duke. I don't know what Daisy Duke uses because I haven't taken one apart. But the Redux of the Duke controller has a push rod that has gear teeth in it, and then a potentiometer sitting at a 90-degree angle. So as you push the push rod, it'll twist the potentiometer. They used to do that a lot. Hall effect sensors are so much better because there's no wear on any of the parts. You're hovering a magnet over your sensor. So Valve did a beautiful job making that controller. My only wish is that they had gone full in to the touchpads. I think they could have done a really cool job with those Circ incorporated touchpads as the only input. But you know, people like visceral controls and this stuff, and it helps you find the buttons when you're not looking at it. I do wish very strongly that Nintendo put analogs on their Pro controller, because that Pro controller is so well designed. It is actually just like an amazing controller. It has tons of battery life. It's got good controls. The sticks, I don't know if they drift or not. I've never really experienced stick drift in anything. But it's just like to the T. The plastic has a nice feel to it. It feels expensive. They did such a good job on that controller. But then you only get buttons and the triggers. It would have been perfect. The reason that I use controllers with a PC is for racing. You have that analog brake and gas built in. And so I appreciate when I'm able to actually do that, but unfortunately they designed out my usage of that controller. And traditionally Nintendo's battery management is really good. They're really good at like baking in a battery management system to lithium ion batteries. People take their 3DSs after they've been parked for like 10 years, like in a ditch, and they'll open it up and it still has 75% battery life. Plug it in, it charges, and it just works. I think they buy good quality batteries and they use all of the battery management systems to their advantage, I think. I think that's how they get away with it. What color LEDs do we want on this thing? What do they include over here? Yeah, we used to, on Fridays, we used to take apart stuff until I ran out of stuff to take apart. I like to keep it kind of Twitch relevant and keep it in the gaming sphere. And so we took apart a bunch of different controllers. I took apart an Ouya controller, that little cell phone processor based console. Bought the controller because I heard things. Oh boy. We got it hooked up to the computer. We were able to see the inputs on the USB controller thing in Microsoft. And if you, for instance, were holding the A button and you touched one of the analog inputs, it would unhold the A button. So if I was in a game that required me to hold down a button and I hit a trigger, it would pop you out of actually holding down the button. Insane that they would allow that in the design. Yeah, the Ouya. I said Ouya so much that day, I turned it into just like a visceral grunt. Ugh. And that's how I feel about the controller as well. It's a cheat for breaking your own controller. I love how some of the exploits of the original Nintendo, like original Mario, involved pressing two opposing directions at once. We also took apart one of those Player 2 controllers. You know the one that had been covered in soda at one point, non-diet soda, and had the sticky button, or the one that I'm an old millennial, so it was always Nintendo at friends' houses, like the original Nintendo, not the Super Nintendo, the original Nintendo. We would play. I played Battletoads. No, I'm bad at that game. I am actually bad at Battletoads, which is kind of a dishonor to my lineage. But so you would always be given the Player 2 controller, and it was that thing with the touchpad, because everybody thought the touchpad would have been this amazing innovation in controllers. It was just a capacitive sensor, and it had diagonal and forward and diagonal and down, etc. And it was on just this blue pad that was sort of dug in. It also had the turbo button mashing thing that you could enable. How did it do that? Well, back in the day, we didn't have microcontrollers that were cheap. And so what they used is 7800 series logic. They used logic gates in order to do this stuff. So there was a logic gate thing on it that produced a frequency of button presses, and then it had an AND gate with the switch. So you would turn on the switch, and it would then combine this frequency thing with you pressing the button. So if you're pressing the button, then it'll output that frequency for that button. Cool stuff. It did it all with logic gates on the thing. But the other thing that it did with logic gates was very interesting, because this is apparently an exploit for speedrunners, where the Nintendo originally, the way that Nintendo works is it uses what's called a shift register. And a shift register uses 5 pins: latch, signal, power, ground, clock. Latch, signal, power, ground, clock. That's why you have 5-pin connectors for the Super Nintendo and for the Nintendo. Super Nintendo did not have an analog input, so they just used a different shift register. What happens is you tell the shift register, latch, and the shift register goes, oh fuck, and it latches. And when it latches, you then send it a pulse, and as you're sending it the pulse, for each pin that the shift register has latched, it will send you a 1 or a 0. So you send it however many buttons there are. In the Nintendo is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 buttons. So you send it 8 pulses, and you get the status of those 8 buttons back. You can do that very quickly. You can do that very quickly and very reliably in order to ascertain what buttons are being pressed on the console. So with all of that stuff going on, how do you keep opposing inputs from running on top of each other? Well, they did it sort of very simply. They just put a nub on the bottom of that D-pad. And on the bottom of the D-pad, there's a nub, and the whole D-pad just pivots on the nub. And with it pivoting on the nub, and with the plastic being thick enough, if you press 2 at the same time, you're fighting yourself, and you can't. That's all they did. And it worked. I mean, I'm sure people went to break it and figure out this exploit. The touch controller can't have a pivot. It's a flat pad. So you can actually hit opposing directions at the same time. But they put a logic gate in there. If it said this and this, it would reject it. It would just say, you're pressing the first one. So it wouldn't enable both of them to be pressed at the same time. They had to build that into the logic so that you couldn't exploit tons of games. I'm wondering what the development of that thing was like. That would have been very interesting indeed, because they would be like, cool, touchpad. We're ready to go. This is going to be cheap and easy. And then somebody said, well, when you press in the middle, weird stuff starts happening. And oh no, we have to keep you from pressing both directions at the same time. So that was like the stream for a while on Fridays. We would take apart controllers and find this kind of stuff that's like completely fascinating. And there's like a whole story behind it. Absolutely awesome. Logic design with chips takes a ton of space. Yeah, inside the body of the controller were a couple like, they might have been NAND, I don't know, AND gates and stuff. A couple 7400 series chips, and those things are big. They're big through-hole chips. I have tons of them sitting over there. I had to rebuy them. I used to have tons of 7400 series logic, and then stupid me at some point went, that's fine, whatever. I don't need these anymore. Throw them out to make space. Bad idea, because 7400 series logic is awesome and fun and super cool. They're intrinsically very fast because it's literally just transistors flipping, and you can do all kinds of really interesting stuff. Do they come in handy? No, I've not used one in ages and ages. Although some microcontrollers that I have, I think, does the PicoPi have it? I'm not sure. They have like a little FPGA baked into them so that if you need logic stuff to happen, you can have your logic thing happen with the microcontroller, and it'll use actual logic gates to do it. That's what an FPGA is, a functional field programmable gate array. So you tell the software what gates you want, and it will flip switches within itself in order to put physical logic gates into a sequence. And so if you need something to happen naturally, like these pins are at this state, these pins need to be at this state, you can program that into an FPGA and it'll do it instantly or near instantly. I mean, we're talking about microseconds here, milliseconds. What color LED? 2 red, 2 yellow. Is that it? 2 red, 2 yellow. 4 and 14 are red. The other ones are yellow. Do you want to make them like blue or something? If I make them blue, they're going to frickin' blind me, aren't they? Yeah, I think that if I make them blue, they're going to blind me. We need to consider the user. Oftentimes, it is very easy, especially in the DIY realm, to say, oh, they want an LED. Let me go ahead and calculate the maximum current and use the resistor that gives it the maximum current so that my LED lights up. I understand that we've come a long way, baby. These LEDs are not what we used to have. We used to have red and green and yellow, and we liked it. But then came orange, and then eventually, because of an engineer working independently at a big company that was actually in trouble for not working on something that they wanted him to, he had the freedom, this engineer had the freedom to put an insane amount of work and modify his own machines and get the phosphors deposited properly so that ultraviolet LED light could be turned into blue, and was able to make a functional blue LED. It was a huge milestone in sort of product lighting and stuff. And man, hey, I should have changed the course of my life to go into that, because I find this stuff incredibly fascinating. I've always loved LEDs. But so this fellow made this thing and then was like fired from the company, and so now he's got his own LED company that's probably making bank these days, because LEDs, these sort of paved the road for the white LED, and then LED lighting in that we're using right now, getting bright enough to be used functionally. And since they're little pieces of silicon, they last thousands and thousands of hours, and they take little tiny sips from power. The poor bloke made bugger all, but everybody else made billions. I know. Well, he's got his own company. He's living the dream, you know. I don't think he's unhappy. It's just he didn't make, a big boatload of money off of that invention. Really should have. But anyway, so the mistake in the DIY realm, what we're doing today, stems partially from LEDs being terrible in the past, right? They used to not create all that much light. When we are indicating stuff to ourselves and we want to put LEDs in panels, you've got to take into context that we have all of these incredibly advanced formulations for the silicon and the stuff that makes the light, so that if you do calculate this based on what either the data sheet or your testing of the LED says, okay, here's the voltage dropout, here's the current that they say this LED takes, let me put the resistor that V equals IR equation tells me to put in. And so that will limit the current in your LED to its maximum. And so you put that in your panel, and then my buddy Julian sits down with it, and he finally plugs it into his synthesizer. And when he turns it on, his retina are blown out the back of his skull. You really want to put a much larger resistor than you're thinking, especially it's going to be used in a very dark room with a bunch of plinky computer noises and drugs. You want to make sure, because they didn't used to do this. I bought a computer case one time, went through all the trouble of putting it together back in the days when I would go to Micro Center and say, hey, this GeForce card is all, or this Voodoo 3 is a really good card. I'm going to get one off of the shelf and build a new computer. And build the new computer, friends over, have a good time putting all the things together. Where did the jumpers go? Okay, we got it all. Oh, all right, see you another time. We'll play some games with this thing soon. And then you sit down and you go, man, we got the OS installed and everything. That's great. I'm just going to go to bed. I'm done with the computer for the day. I'm going to let it go to sleep and not really turn it off. And so you get in bed and close your eyes, and everything is blue because there are blue LEDs on the indicator lights, and they're using the maximum current. And so your whole room looks like the police are there, flashing blue. It's insane. So if you're not using like a PWM from the microcontroller to tamp down the brightness of your LED, put like a 1K or a 10K resistor in line with your LEDs. 10K will make it very dim. It will be visible though. That's sort of, if I'm working with a breadboard, I will use either 1K or 10K resistors on the LEDs themselves. Like for these LEDs that I'm going to be putting it, for these LEDs that I'm going to be putting it into this circuit, I have made this thing for future breadboarding. No, the maximum current from the datasheet will not burn out your LED. That's where you'll get the prescribed, thousands of hours of life. It doesn't do anything to the LED. By the way, the old epoxy that they used in like red LEDs, my brother and I used to attach them to 9-volt batteries, and they would flicker, a little bit of smoke would come out, and then they would pop. They would actually go psh. But they changed the epoxy so it no longer has that flash steam from the silicon chip burning up. My A266 is blinding me with blue LED, and that's only using 3.3 volts. Yeah, you got to put these use 1K, 102, 1000, and these are bright. We've seen these light up with 3 volts, and they are bright on camera. Of course, the camera distorts LED brightness largely. So in this MIDI thing, I have installed LEDs, and I've left the resistors to be what was called for in the data sheet. I don't know if we're gonna blow out our eyes looking at this thing. Oh, we need to test the button too. Sorry, I got into a couple little diatribes there. Diatribes or diabetic tribes. Oh yeah, it's perfect. That gives us a nice little noob. What's the switch do? It does 1 voice or 2 voice. I guess with 1 voice you get more outputs. With 2 voices you get two keys that you can hit at the same time. Up to 2 keys. So yeah, when you're designing a product or just making a DIY thing that you're going to be using yourself, sit down with it in a dim room and get freaky. No, don't do that. Sit down with it in a dim room and look at the LEDs, because different LED colors are different brightnesses. And so you might want to skew your resistor values to cater for it. And that's a little like housekeeping thing that nobody does. The company that I worked for briefly, well, for a co-op called Aviom, they had that step. It was an important step. That is indeed the definition of diatribes. I should have made that website back in the diatribes. It would be like tribes players who are diabetic. I never played Tribes because I was in the middle of college when that thing was super popular. I'm sure it was a fun game. I think I played it a little bit, but an MMO like that would have been real bad news for oh bother. I played a little Ragnarok online and failed a class, and I said, you know what? No more MMOs, because that slow drip dopamine is bad for me. It's bad. Is it? Yeah, okay, that's not binding on anything. What does that say? Prog. Put the PCB in the... I don't know what that means. What's the point of that? That's a lot more extra work. It keeps your users from having to take a Sharpie to all of the LEDs. That's what Julian does with his synthesizers. He puts Sharpie all over them. Clear or colored LED? I don't know. We're doing yellow and red, which are kind of boring. I could do orange and red. No. I kind of want to use an orange LED, but we'll just stick to yellow and red. We'll do what's on the tin. These are diffused. You can also take a file to the... I know about the jar, but I'm not talking about disgusting things all the time on my stream. I mean, I know I get a little weird with you guys all the time, but I don't want that to be... I don't want that to be the personality of my show. Where's the RGB LED? Then you can make it purple. That's what Erica Synths did in one of their modules. They put in an RGB LED, but they only lit the RGB LED with combinations of colors. And so instead of having like fades in order to make like a huge spectrum of colors, they would have red and green, or red and blue, or yellow and, or whatever, not yellow, green and blue, or just blue. And so you were able to go through the different modes, and the LED would change colors completely, and you would be able to see like red and blue. Oh, it's the purple mode. It was a pretty clever way of doing things without having to use PWMs. All right, let's see here. What are next? We need to do the LEDs that I took out, and so we need to find VD3 and VD... Where does it have on? 4 and 14 are red. 4 and 14, 12 and 13, 4, 14. Okay, so red. We're not going to solder it. Now, oh, there's wonderful. Thank you so much for labeling your LEDs in a way that I can recognize. Which pin of the LED is pin 1, goddammit? Okay, so which one is going to power and which one is going to ground? Let's check the schematic. Hopefully the schematic is related to what we have well enough that I can tell. So the LED over here, we got the yellow LED, and VD14 would be the red LED. And so pin, I'm gonna have to assume pin 1 goes to the resistor. Although we'll take a look at the PCB and we can see if we can actually see it go there. Well, MIDI LED goes directly to ground. Interesting. Red to ground, VD4. So let's see which pin here goes to ground. Pin 1 is indicated by a square. And it looks like the round one is ground. So the anode, A plus, C minus, the anode is the pin 1. Anode is the square. And so like in the direction that LED was, it is in fact pin 1 where I thought it would be, which means pin 2, the round pin, is the one with the flat thing. And so pin 2 goes to ground. So pin 1 is the first one, longer lead. Pin 2, which goes to ground. And you can tell on an LED, there's a flat spot, but you don't even need to remember that. The toilet bowl, that is the lens, as well as the substrate that the chip, the LED chip is on, the toilet bowl is the ground pin, typically with newer LEDs. So goes in the square hole. Yeah, so ground goes in the square hole. Or wait, did I do that? That's wrong. Ground goes in the round hole. Ground, round. Ground. Okay, so this long pin in the square, or in the circle hole. You can see that my brain is trying to reverse course on all of the logic that I just put together. It will not allow me to do this properly. I don't know why I'm like that. Okay, there's our indicator LEDs. I haven't soldered anything yet because we have to actually fit the front panel to get the distance to the LEDs correct. And so that the shoulder of the LED is sitting right at the start of the panel there. So we can just do that way. And each one I'm going to press into their respective holes to solder them properly. Oh, these are seated themselves. Neat. Double check. Yep, that one's in, that one's in. Okay, cool. And then that one's in too. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, so now we can just solder these and clip the leads. Then when we power this thing up, nothing will happen and we'll go, come on. And I'll get real sad. This has been a pretty fun kit. I mean, the R's and the C's were kind of annoying to get together. Especially given the part substitutions and stuff that I had to make. I substituted bread for a 68 kilo ohm resistor and your recipe was disgusting. It tasted like a resistor. Tastes like a resistor. I'm losing my mind. I saw a dev teaser video with the kid toy. Round goes in round, square goes in round, triangle goes in round. It was a TikTok, wasn't it? Or maybe a Vine originally, where everything fits in the square hole. And then she did like follow-ups and responded to other people's videos and stuff. There's a lot of really funny stuff around that one, the square hole one. All those wonderful metals and ceramics, yeah. No, I was just making fun of those recipes where somebody's substituted all kinds of stuff in to make it not the original recipe. I substituted cayenne pepper for flour and mushrooms for chocolate chips. And I made Toll House cookies. Your recipe's terrible. What? There you go. Okay. Cool. It's looking more and more like a modular synthesizer module. Ow. I'm gonna get rid of all these pins on the back. I despise through-hole also because it makes an incredibly sharp circuit board that hurts to the touch. But the kit was through-hole, so we do through-hole. Mostly. Through-hole also makes for a slow build. That's why it's taken 3 streams for us to get here. Okay, we're looking good. We finished this. We finished this one. Any more parts that need to go on? I think I'm good except for standoffs. So these two go against each other with standoffs. Also, we need to do the power plug. How does that work? This one goes behind this one. And then the power plug's over here. Because of the MIDI plug, well, actually, because of the width of the board, the power plug is going to stick out a little bit. That's going to make it hard for me to co-populate. So let's see if I've got a double row header. If not, I'm going to have to get a power plug over here, an IDC plug, and plug headers into it so that I can keep them straight when I solder them in. I like through-hole. Well, you're dumb. Like a, you know, I can actually put it to numbers. It's personal preference, but I prefer the cleanliness of surface mount. If I had enough of these, I could probably use them in this build. Meh. What are we doing this in? These probably, I don't think I have any 2-row headers. They're kind of not a part that I keep. I don't keep them I keep these because I use these to align stuff. Your dumb explains a lot. Oh, come on. He's right. No, I'm not. Me being incendiary for no reason. This is from the M303. I don't know if I really want to use it. Do I have leftovers? Leftovers? Way to have the Philly accent in the middle stream. The Philadelphia accent. Actually, it's not really. I don't know. That's not really. It's a little New Jersey is. Although I'm not from New Jersey. I do not see any leftover double row header. Although I'm not looking very hard. In the middle here. That's not enough. You were almost it. I don't want to have to clean up these pins. These pins have solder on it. What's up, ZXC? I like surface mount, but I can't hold my hand steady enough. Have you, even when you put the pad of your hand down on the table, because that's like what I try to stress here, is that when I'm working surface mount, I anchor my arm, because otherwise you have all these muscles that are working to keep your arm up in the air, and that can cause a lot of the shaking. What are you? Oh, that was close. This thing's weird. Nope. All right, so we'll just use 2 single row headers. I can't use this because it's surface mount double row header. Shame. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't do it. You can't put it in. Oops. It's here. It's just I can't get to the thing. I guess I could maybe solder it. Your fingers twitch? That is unfortunate. Yeah, I guess in that case, not very specific case, through hole helps quite a bit because you put the stuff in, you flip it over, and you just make sure that it's flat. All right, so sacrificial power plug. I got one right over here. Here. Come on, this way. No. Okay, got it. And this is this size. So, okay, so we'll just put 2 headers in here. The reason that I'm plugging it into something is so that I have a heatsink. And the heatsink will make sure that it doesn't melt the headers, and it'll also keep them from misaligning with each other. Helping hands. I don't really like helping hands. You see them in every single piece of media where you have somebody making something. It's like if they're soldering on a circuit board, there has to be a helping hands nearby because it's visually more interesting. Yes, surface mount does indeed look a lot cleaner too. Although, you know, you can do through hole pretty cleanly if you're careful. All it is just leaving the heat on the iron long enough and making sure there's a little bit of flux present. Oh my god, Bother said something about flux? Yes, it has its uses. I'm not completely anti-flux, I just don't like it. I don't like it to make everything into soup. Way easier to video with helping hands. No. I mean, like, it's in the background. Or on, you know, like on the desk with all the other science-y stuff. By helping hands, I mean a very specific thing that just makes its way into all electronics labs. It's a little posable set of alligator clips on a weighted base, and it's got a little magnifying glass, and everybody thinks that that is the key to building circuit boards. But I'll tell you something, you do not need helping hands. What you need is an actual thing from crochet. Crochet, is that some foreign term for something really fancy? No, it is actually from little old ladies crocheting. They buy this piece of headgear, and I found this on Amazon Day. This thing has everything you need to work on some really very genuinely small electronics. It's just a little piece of headgear with a magnifying front. You can change this out for other lenses. It is cheap. It has a lithium battery in it, which will burn your house down, I guess, but it also has a powered headlamp. And so you can put this thing on and adjust these properly so it doesn't super fatigue you. but it gives you your own light source that doesn't super shadow everything, right? So you can see what you're doing, you can zoom in on what you're doing, and work in very, very small, tight conditions, right? And so these are typically for, you know, crocheting, but they're a lot better than that gray magnifying piece of headgear. And as a bonus, you look really, you look really, really, really cool when you wear this. It's actually, it's kind of amazing. You look awesome. I'm gonna get this thing off. I have the luxury of having a microscope that sits up there so that I can video all the stuff that I do in 60 FPS, 1080p. That was a struggle to get that thing together and figure out what exactly I should put in. I tried some Raspberry Pi microscopes. I tried some USB microscopes. There was a little bit of lag in the video, and that little bit of lag made it so that when I bring my iron in, I would stab myself because I didn't know to stop. Red leader going in. Stay on target. So anyway, that piece of headgear is really good for working on electronics. What I would do traditionally is, instead of magnifying, I would wear a headlamp. And if I wear a headlamp, I can just get right up in there and see what I was doing. I was even looking at like those Carl Zeiss lenses that dentists use. I thought that would have been a really cool way to magnify what I was working on. But that headgear makes all that obsolete. It's actually really, really useful. So if you're gonna be getting into the tighter realm of electronics, tight. If you're gonna get into the really tight stuff and do like a kit that's surface mount, buy that thing. It's like $14. I don't know what the price is at now, but I got it up for like $7 and it works better than all of the previous generations. The helping hands with the magnifying glass, the gray thing that has that like thing that moves down, that's in everything, every piece of media about electronics. That thing blows them all out of the water. It's perfect. It really is. Yeah, the microscope is just a result of me broadcasting stuff. People come in here and they ask about the scope. You don't need the scope. You don't need the scope and all the setup that I have. Just that pair of headgear is enough. And then the other thing to do is to make sure you're not hunching over stuff. You'll like, if I'm working on the electronics here and I'm not using the microscope, I will get in my desk chair, which is lower than the table. So the table's like up here. So I'm actually like peering up in it. Keeps your back straight. That's an important thing, especially with this kind of stuff. I don't have back problems. Of course, I sleep on a hard floor a lot, but my back, it never goes out of whack. It never has huge problems. I would be in trouble. I definitely have gamer slouch. I got to watch out for that. But I sit on a stool and I look at this monitor that's up on a shelf, and it keeps my back from being hunched over while looking at electronics. And of course, this is OBS running the camera, and I've got chat right to the side of it. That's just for Twitch. That's just so that I can run Twitch. Wait. Oh yeah, no, those messages came up. Sorry, ZXC, I missed your message. Have you made an amplifier, like a signal amplifier, like a microphone preamp? That actually, the microphone that I'm talking to you right now has my own custom preamp installed in it. I want to put it through a vacuum tube preamp, and I've got one sitting over there. But the actual Electret microphone amp is right here. And I built this myself from a project that was Project 93 from some website. And I made a circuit board for it and put it all together on stream. And then I finally could get the microphone that was floating above the desk away. And so now when I move, it's quiet. There's no microphone arm noises. And this also is not wireless, which is very important to me so that I can't go to the bathroom with you guys. As much as you've all dreamed about it, it's impossible because I can't get out of the shop while wearing the mic. Again, it's so specific to my setup, it's hard for me to recommend things to people. I'm realizing that vacuum tube preamp may be unnecessary that I bought. Why did I buy that? I guess the electric microphone needs its own amplifier to run on a 48 volt system, and that's what this is. And then I can plug that into a preamp and then plug the preamp into the mixer. So it can still have its place. I'm gonna try that at some point. I've got the thing, I bought it on a whim. It could be a waste of $100, but I'm hoping that my dulcet tones through the different physics that triodes have might sound good, because I like my audio to go through a tube because I think it sounds nice. It has a nice quality to it that's hard to pin. I have a wireless headset. I'm always worried it's not muted when I go to the bathroom. You know, it's like my fears manifest. I'm not a slouch when it comes to this stuff. I know streaming a little bit. But sometimes you feel crazy for doing the things you do. Sometimes it makes you feel crazy. I'm worried about going to the bathroom. Why? You're a crazy person. No, I have good reason. Sometimes you give people these reasons and they think you're crazy anyway. And it's like, rest assured, it's a thing that is feared. You guys don't want to hear my hog in action. You may think you do. I cannot for the life of me get the solder to solder. What's going on here? Like talking to yourself while doing things. Who would do that? Who would yell at the furniture all day? Just sitting behind a computer yelling at it? I have a love-hate relationship with noise gate streamers. Yeah. The audio can be amazing on headphones, but on a laptop it'll be inaudible. Yeah, and I have a beef with streamers that have mixed down their stream on headphones. They specifically cater it to headphones, and I'm a speakers user because I'm an old man and I appreciate not having stuff stuck in my ear all day. Some people are into it, not me. I don't like having headphones that I got to put on in order to hear, and then not being able to hear other stuff that might be going on in the house, like the axe murderers that are coming after me. So I do speakers, and I do speakers on a headphone amp that's a vacuum tube amp. I like my audio. It sounds great, and it's really well balanced, except when you have a streamer that's done their mix down on headphones, and they go, the music is a perfect volume, I can hear it perfectly, and I can't hear shit. Or the ones that are unaware that their mixer is giving them unfettered high-quality audio, as opposed to whatever the hell is passed on to Twitch. So they go, oh my God, it's so hot in here, I am dying, I'm gonna die, it's too hot, I'm sweating too much, and I can't turn on the air conditioner, I just can't, it'll ruin my stream. And then they go, oh, I've finally broken down. In the sight of death by dehydration in a high temperature room, I've decided to mercifully turn on my air conditioning to lower the temperature of this room beyond what is deemed completely unsafe into barely tolerable temperatures due to this loud, obnoxious air conditioner that I just turned on. And their audio is perfectly clear. You can't hear anything because Twitch has lower quality audio than the mixer. And I ran into this problem too. I was like, oh my God, I can never get my mixer to sound right. But no, it sounds perfectly fine. It's just that the bit rate is being lowered, and so that noise goes away. And they don't realize this because they never click back and listen to their own stream, which I occasionally do. These don't like really super need to be soldered well because they're all grounds. They're all redundant grounds. But I guess I should put my best foot forward. Otherwise, I have to live with the mess that I've created. The headphones heat my ears, so I only use them when listening to music. Yeah, same. Yeah, I get sweaty. I used to carpool to work when I was doing the IED job, and we would occasionally carpool because we were all living in Northern Virginia and not making a lot of money. And kind of wish I did make any money. Those ICE agents are being paid to be racists way better than what I was paid to reverse engineer IEDs. It is fucked up. But anyway, so I would carpool to work in the winter, and I would fog up the entire passenger seat window. I apparently give off steam. I don't know what it is. Maybe I run hotter than other people. I mean, I am hotter than other people, but maybe my body temperature is a little... It's not, though. I've had it measured 250 million times in doctor's offices. So I don't know what it is. I sweat a lot. I have to wear 2 shirts. I have to wear an undershirt. So putting on headphones is anathema. Although fuck. Melted my button. No, I'm gonna take a file to it. I'll just take a file to it because that actually what I'll do is I'll open up the. We're gonna live with that because it's character, builds character. I could replace the button, but I don't really have to. I'll just take a file to parts of the button. You have a nuclear reactor inside. Maybe a steam turbine. Maybe, if we're lucky. More like a water wheel. I gotta make sure that the sides of this aren't poking out so that it doesn't hit the button when this thing drops over it. I'm actually gonna open up the buttonhole a little bit. I need more button in my buttonhole. So here's the trick when doing panels and stuff, right? I'm 100% running hot, but from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m., colder than a nun's naughties. That's, Yeah, so, again, I just don't know what it is with me. I exude steam, so headphones are kind of out. But a lot of streamers will listen to themselves on headphones if they're even kind enough to do that kind of a mix down. I've known streamers that don't even have compressors on their audio, which to me is very important. If you do a bit where you're yelling and you don't have a compressor and you react to something strongly, I will not watch your stream. The brain's powered by a hamster wheel. So this is a tapered repair ream. These are so important. You drill a hole, it's the wrong size. Tapered repair ream. You just give it a couple on each side. This is fiberglass, so it gives away very easily. And bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. Suddenly your hole fits perfectly, and it doesn't press the button if the panel's pressed in. Blowing out people's eardrums is fun. I hate it. I hate it, hate it, hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Now, I don't get the luxury of listening to myself while I stream because I'm running around. I tried to get a pair of wireless headphones and use that maybe, but they turned out to be so bassy that I have to unsubscribe from the YouTuber that suggested them. This one is marked plus and minus, and then it's got red stripe written on the bottom. I would never give this to my friends with modular synthesizers because they will inevitably plug it in backwards and it will blow up in spite of telling the user where the stuff is. Erica probably was in a bind about where they were going to fit this power plug, but I would move heaven and earth in order to fit it somewhere that I could put a shrouded connector on just to keep that from happening. Or you can do what the micro crimes and ornamentation did. Ornamentation and crime and ornamentation. I don't know which order that goes in. But anyway, I would do what they did and put a full bridge rectifier on this cable, because what the full bridge rectifier does is if you plug it in backwards, it'll still route plus to plus and minus to minus, because you have 4 diodes there. So on the crimes and ornamentation, it just says any direction, as long as you plug it in straight. You can't plug it in crooked. I couldn't listen to loop back while talking. I feel like I'm talking over someone, which is rude. That's actually a psychological phenomenon, and that's what I wanted to do with all of those ultrasonic emitters, because what you can do with the ultrasonic emitters is put them in an array, and then the interference that they create with each other in ultrasonics can create audible waveforms. So you could have these laser speakers where only somebody in line with the speaker can hear what's being broadcast on it, right? And if you do that, you could put a tiny little delay in one of those spy, semi, whatever they are. It looks like a little satellite with a microphone. It's to listen to a very specific area, and that very specific area being the person that's talking. You put it through a little delay, you send it back on the laser speaker. And so while talking, if somebody's giving a speech, they'll be like, oh, am I? So, wait a minute. Because it's a psychological thing. It actually, you can't talk while hearing. Isn't a physical barrier a better way to make sure something is plugged in correctly? Yes, yes it is, and I would rather have that on this thing. But in spite of the physical barrier, my friends still plug these things in and break them. But anyway, I wanted to make that, and I found somebody, because every idea has already been done before. I found a website where somebody had that idea and sort of had schematics and everything, and I was kind of reading through. I was like, ooh, this is great. So it is possible. I can build this thing, because people run around festivals with whatever it is, the the loudspeaker thing, the hostage speaker, and they'll like make fun of people and like be mean and stuff. Megaphone, there you go. They'll like, you know, be a personality on the megaphone, and it's fun, but it would be funnier if I could shut one of them down just by pointing something at them, and they would go, wait, but what's going on? Like, and so that was cool. The website was great. And I started scrolling down, and then it launched into Obama conspiracies, and which is hilarious and awesome, but it was really racist, and I did not appreciate that at all. You know, it would have been funny if they were sort of innocuous conspiracies and the person went on a diatribe about those, but they felt very strongly about things Obama was doing, which Obama could not have changed, which is horrible. So I closed the website and never thought about it again, except that I mentioned this story like 2 times a week, because eventually I want to build that thing without that website. Awful, horrible things on the internet. And the problem was, this is one of those websites that was made in like 1999. It was perfect. I always love these websites that aren't infected by Web 2.0. What are we on now? Like Web 5? Anyway, it was great. It was just HTML text with a colored background and all that stuff. Man, was the person some engineer? Did it say? I didn't go through the text that long. I looked through the build and I saw that it was cromulent, and then I saw this big paragraph about Obama and some of the things they said, and I was like, nope. Close the site. I'm done. Okay, what are remaining? The standoffs and the MIDI plug. Okay, so we get the MIDI plug here. We need to widen the hole. I need to get MIDI in my MIDI hole. So it's actually the front panel hole. Now, how am I going to do this? Let's see here. If I guess just place it on there and then scribe around it. What direction do we want the MIDI plug to be in? We don't have any indicator here. Which one of you is going to have... It'll have pictures of it, and I can just take a look at what's going on. Hello? Oh, that's blank new tab page. Nope. All right. Erica Synths. Oh, because I went in directly, yeah. MIDI CV2 images. It's funny, they have a green PCB there. Okay, so we want the little smiley face to be a little smiley face with the knob above it. What, Poopsie Doodle? Poopsie Doodle sounds like an Invader Zim character. Funny how tech project is used as a political soapbox. They were like waxing philosophical about shutting Obama down during his speech. Stupid. Taking something like that to like a political, no, thank you. No. Taking it to a festival would be funny. So that was what I wanted to do. So we're gonna fit this with the smiley face this way, which means the nubbin has to go up here, and we can do that with a file. I'm gonna reverse this and scribe on the backside the 2 little wings, the location of them. And I'll just do 2 marks on it, and we'll use a square to square it up. To ante up. Boy, that song was everywhere for a while. Actually, we've got to use some kind of a ream to open up the hole a little bit. Yeah, something that, like covered in wires. Although, to be fair, you know, back in the before times, you could get away with quite a bit. Buddy of mine used to have a headphone amplifier that he would plug into a CD player, and he had all of this electrical tape, and he had a bunch of batteries electrical taped together. I'm looking for some kind of a step drill. Step drill, I'm stuck. So he had all of this electrical tape, this black electrical tape that's taped around batteries and all these wires coming out of it because he took it out of its case and made it portable. And so he had all these batteries and he had this amplifier and he had this big pair of headphones and all these wires all over the place. And he was able to fly to Israel with this thing and visit the Middle East and stuff. And then on the way back, at Israeli security, they look at his bag and the guy looks at him with this expression like, oh my God, I caught you. It was the singularly dumbest thing that I've ever heard somebody do, is fly with a contraption that looked exactly like an IED. In fact, so resembled IEDs that my jaw was agape when my friend told me about this story. But apparently he was, no, it's for headphones, and there was headphones right there. So they let him fly on the plane. So like taking a thing to an Obama rally that has a bunch of ultrasonic emitters on it. You wouldn't be able to do that today, but whenever this website was written, I don't know. Sure would have made an interesting news story. Jeez. Let's see here. Where are step drills? We need one that goes pretty wide, because this is pretty wide. I don't know. These are the problem with the step drill is that it's like you have to go that increment larger. Using a file, maybe I could do it, but then the hole would be all weird looking. It's like this is already an English size. And if we take it up an entire size, that's too big of a step. This one has a few more increments on it. Yeah, this is a much better increment. I don't want this thing to be loose though. I'm afraid it's going to be loose, but I guess I can 3D print a panel if it is. Google is killing sideloading apps. I'm actually kind of scared about that. I'm so mad at Google, I started learning Kotlin, the new JavaScript, to turn my pile of old Android phones into useful tools. I want to do that too. Google just announced they're killing sideloading apps. Yeah, the killing sideloading apps thing, I feel like their head is so far up their own freaking asses. I don't know what is going to happen, and I'm a little bit scared because sideloading is why I have a functional insulin pump. My insulin pump for my diabetes is powered by Android, and it is utilized by sideloading the app, making me the developer. And as the developer, as such, I compile my own software, and that way it doesn't need a heavy amount of FCC approvals in order for me to have more control over my diabetes, which is very much in control right now on this app. So what am I going to do in the future? Do I have to register as a developer? And then how do you develop for an Android phone now? In one of my government jobs, I was dealing with Android phone apps that we had to sideload in. It's utterly ridiculous. It's stupid. Hero security guard thwarts IED attempt, yeah. It's any wonder more crazy people aren't immediately apprehended for doing that kind of shit. I want to go to a Linux phone OS, but the dude who wrote Graphene has too much of a god complex for me to be comfortable using it. I like the Google stuff is fine. I mean, maybe I'll have to use some other thing. Maybe Google's going to be out for phones now. I have to see what the diabetics are doing. This kind of coincides with a lot of social media monitoring laws across multiple countries in UK and Australia with the same time of year. Well, yeah, because nobody's doing antitrust lawsuits. I really don't want to go fast and send a piece of FR4 into my hand. Do it like this. Oh, that's hitting against the desk. The direction is that way, so like this. That is shit at drilling circuit boards, I'll tell you that. It did nothing. It just tickled it for a little while. What's up, Speedy Cat? Pretty much the same with iOS. I mean, yeah, I could put it in that, but fine. Fine, whatever. Whatever. I don't want to put vice marks on it. What this is going to do is it's going to send my vice flying across the room. Yeah, I was going to try going slow. Hold on, catching up. Yeah, I'm genuinely mad at Google for doing this. I don't know what is going to happen, and a lot of like research and custom stuff and businesses. Some people were talking about how hold on. Some people were talking about how their company that they work for has their own app that will now not work. Like, so what's going to happen? It's systemically just a lot of different things are going to be completely damaged by this move on their part. And you get to just do that. Maybe the EU will slap them down. That's the kind of the hope. The beginning of the end. Well, I mean, like if they want everybody to move away from Google on their phone, although the primary usership, we are not. So maybe they won't feel it as much. And just getting people off of ad blocking is what they want. God, this thing's not doing anything, is it? I think maybe I need to use just the deburring tool and just go around this a bunch. I think that's what I'll do. Same reason I've been strongly opposed to Apple anything. Yeah, well, I don't have too much beef with Apple, but they do tend to have their own little walled garden. And I like my hackable things. Round and round we go. Where we stop, nobody knows. Yeah, and then making their phones completely useless because the ads are so invasive. Fun. We live in a fun future, everybody. Where we get to watch ads. Oh boy. That was way more effective than the drill. Jeez. Probably made it a little bit oval. Where'd the thing go? For my next trick, hello? Here it is. It's right behind the vice. It was hiding. Yeah, ads in the start menu drive me freaking nuts. Do I really want to take my whole existence and move it over to Linux, which is very much a consideration that I've been having. But yeah, the whole Android not allowing sideloading is crazy. It's just crazy. I just don't know why they would make that decision. I mean, yeah, we know that why they make the decision because they have dollar signs in their eyes. But yes, you should. Everyone should. It seems a little bit crazy. It would be nice with larger adoption, though. Maybe people could make tutorials for human beings. Apple's no longer secure, yeah. I'm excited for Windows 12. Going with the timeline of releases is going to be the next good one. Yeah, with the even and odd number OSs. Windows 11 is not that bad. It's just I'm sick of Windows with all the monitoring stuff that they do. Like, I don't want my every click. Like, every time I click on something with my computer, it speeds up. And it's like, what are you telling Microsoft? The fans on the outside start going crazy. It doesn't speed up. I mean, every time I click on something, all the fans like activate on my computer, and it's like, do you really need all the overhead? Especially hitting Alt-Control-Delete and having 6,000 processes running. That should have been the line that was drawn in the sand. Linux calls, but having a life outside of it runs anyway. I don't even know what that means. This is excruciating. This would be better done with an end mill. But this FR4 is made out of like super duper stuff. It's not going away. Oh, they make you agree to their own terms of services, huh? Ugh. U is forced USB-C, yeah. It used up all of its power. A bunch of wizards going, Aah! And now phones use USB-C. Our mana is depleted. We cannot prevent the side-loading block. Found I can't connect the Windows Defender account without buying Microsoft 360. What the fuck? Yeah, and avoiding having a login on the computer. I mean, listen, I worked in government for 8 years. I know Windows L, whenever you leave your computer, will lock it. I have that habit because we used to have one of the FBI agents that was on the bomb squad that would wander around our office, and if somebody wasn't logged in, he would sit down and write a love letter to the unit director or the head of the FBI. And so you would have a love letter written on your behalf to the big higher ups in the FBI. So you hit that Windows L key to lock your workstation every single time. There were ways to debloat Windows. I still have to use Windows for Ableton Pro Tools. Otherwise, I've been migrating everything to Linus. Hell yeah, I love that guy. Yeah, he was great. I have a feeling he was the one that said that I would show up and shoot up the building or something. So I was moved off of the project for a little bit. And all my coworkers laughed in the face of whoever thought that was going to happen because I was just stressed out. I wasn't going to do anything. But apparently that was just something. Listen, if you guys ever have the pleasure of knowing personally an FBI agent, be careful because they are natural snitches and they will snitch on literally anything. They will snitch on literally anything. It is just who they are. So be very selective with what you share around, especially around police officers, but especially around FBI agents. I know this personally now. But no, I would consider him to be a friend. I don't think he actually did that. It was somebody else. Oh, I overdid it. I went way too hard into the paint. Well, okay, whatever. Now we're going to do flat file on the two ends. A lot of filing. It makes this weird noise when I file. It's like Jawa, 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 Jawa. Yeah, FBI agents and police take a certain kind of crazy to make it through training. I guess. What, all 5 minutes of police training? What are you talking about? You just show up and they fucking throw a badge at you. The police in this country need way more training than they get. Flat file, flat file, flat file. Yeah, that looks totally crooked. Much like the police. Ugh. You can tell I was favoring one end because it went completely sideways. Yeah, it makes this weird noise. Just understand what they're hearing versus what they're saying. FBI totally snitches. CIA are the ones you really got to be worried about. They have some kind of fancy tricks to really test your sanity. Yeah. Okay, so technically, if I did it right, this thing should just snap right in. It almost does. It almost does. It's very close, which is what we want. We want it close. The frat house style ritual? Yeah. What's funny is that I think the reason that I got that job was because the people hiring me knew a friend of mine that pledged their fraternity, but didn't succeed. But that still got me a little bit of like recognition from them. So I benefited from the fraternity system without ever participating in it. Oh, good. All right, so that's tight. Tight, 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 which is good because now that it's snapped in place, I don't think I'll ever get it out. That was perfect. That went right in. Ah, beautiful. And it doesn't move at all. How's your shy ghost fan? I have ghosts? I don't think I have ghosts. That couldn't have worked out better. And because this thing has a giant lip around the plug, we don't have to live with the shame of my weird crooked holes, which was a band in high school that I played bass for. That's a nice hole. I appreciate that when I'm showing off my holes. Yeah, because these things are sprung, they can deal with kind of a weird hole. The deburring tool gave us just enough room to fit in, and then the file is a little bit large for the pin. But we did that with files in like 5 minutes. It's probably more than 5 minutes, but still, I'm impressed. That worked out really well. Panel mounts. I lost my weird crooked holes tape. You can get it on Spotify. All right, let me put this thing away. Put the files away. Clean up all the dust. All the fiberglass dust that I'm inhaling now. Delicious. A proper MIDI connector for the PCB. I have a MIDI cable, but on the this build they want a panel mount MIDI connector. So I'm putting in a panel mount MIDI connector. It's not the right kind. They want one of those cheapy, super gross ones with the two holes, like a hole on either side, and a little metal piece in the middle. I don't like that. I don't like that one so much. But they didn't. They could have designed it with a right angle MIDI connector, but I guess they just didn't decide to do that. Oh, so much dust, dust. I didn't take my garbage out today. Uh-oh. That means, that's not good. Bluetooth headphones and wandering around. That's dangerous. Style with a nut on back. I don't know that style. All right, let's put the drill away. Yeah, this one I bought just from Amazon, and it was a pack of a couple of them, and it worked out well for the testing module, even though I don't have the capability yet. I haven't really hooked that up and made it do anything. But with this, the little Erica Synths kit, I will be able to actually hit a key on a keyboard and make something happen. Something, I guess. Okay, so we need to do standoffs, and that's the thing that I've been avoiding this whole time. Because once we do standoffs, actually, should I do the front panel now? Maybe the front panel now, because we got all the components, and this is perfect. It just keeps it right in there. But if I do the front panel, it's going to be harder to solder all this stuff. So maybe we'll hold off on the front panel. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. We converted the switch from being on, off, on to just being on and other on, which was a crazy thing. You guys didn't see it, but at the very beginning of stream, I took the little rocker from this thing and I put it in the vise and just flattened it. And so with a flat thing in there, this switches. It feels a little funky, but it feels normal for a rocker like this. These are usually kind of rough, and it does stick into where it switches to, so that's good. And yeah, I think it'll work just fine with 5 volts. So that was a success that I didn't expect. Let's see, we got all the LEDs in, all the things on the panels. I think we are ready to do the standoff. So I need to select a standoff to go in here, and then I need a length of male and female headers so that I can unplug this thing at some point if I need to work on it. So the thing is, the low height standoffs are the only ones that I have. Possible that I have something else, but not very likely. Feels so good to be in total control. Boom, boom. She's a plastic Cleopatra with a voodoo of ice. Sorry, just trigger my own memory of a song. Bum, bum, bum. I'm looking for parts right now. You guys can't see here. Let's go over here. That's not the right view. This is for a future wall-mounted computer. I want to convert my computer to being wall-mounted because I don't have to go to LAN parties with it anymore. I have a little handheld Linux machine that does really well and can even tunnel in to the gaming computer. So the gaming computer I want to put up on the wall so it looks cool. And so we'll use clear tubes, and I'll try not to do too much weird stuff to it in case hardware fails and I have to swap stuff out. I want to keep it a little bit more modular than I typically do. Our last computer project was crazy, and it works, and it's great, but we'll try to tone it down a little bit. But what we can do is we can plan it out in CAD, and then I can 3D print a bunch of stuff that will connect to that wall control panel. And then throw the wall control panel on the wall. Bob's your uncle. And I want it to be a little bit more visual, but the reservoir slash pump will be low, and then I'll have another reservoir up high where bubbles can find their way. Okay, so I need a bunch of these. 4 to be exact. It's possible that I've held on to enough of them. How many pins are they? Less than this, so I'll have to cut them. What's that one? Same size? Yeah. Look at all these. Actually, I have quite a few. And there's these two, which have long pins. I think they're Arduino sized. Yeah, these are Arduino sized. I had way more of these than I thought I did. This is good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Oh, happy day. These are the ones that I typically used to use. They're the breakaway ones. But I don't have enough. I've only got 2 of the breakaways. There's another like chunk of breakaway, but it's not useful. So when you cut these and they're not breakaways, what you do is you try to get it in the middle, but there's going to be a little plastic sticking out, so we'll just file it away. Did my chat stop working? No, it's just nobody's here. Stream to nobody with the same personality, and you will be happy. So 4 of those, and they're going to get destroyed, so I'm not going to keep any of that hardware. Let me put this. There's no open surface surrounding me. We've been working so hard on this that the only open surface is, you can measure it. It's this right here. It is 12 by 12. It's a square foot. 1 square foot in the entire shop. Cooking pizza, can't speak. Yeah, it's okay that chat's quiet. Don't worry. Don't worry about me, you guys. We got this project to finish. Okay, so for soldering, I'm going to take that off, and then we will get these 4, and we will modify them to fit in here. I guess we'll do male, female. It doesn't matter. And so I need to cut 2 off of these. So this one's usually cleaner. And I'll just cut it like this. And there's a little bit left over. I can maybe... Well, the file's going to get that up much cleaner. You know what? It's too much work. Let's just take 2 off of all of these. Wait, double check. Double check. Yes, that's the right number of pins. Okay. And they're all the same size. Okay. Good on them. Typical EE stuff would be wanting to use this, like, only the number of pins you need, and then have all these standoffs be different sizes, and have them all just immediately jump over to the other board. But they put a little design into it, and they decided to use the same parts for everything, which is very helpful. For the person building it. Double the space I have on the welding table, which should be 3 by 5. I cleaned off the brewing table, which has the drain on it. It's where Julian puts his synthesizer stuff when he's here. Cleared off the brewing table, and then immediately put that wall control panel on it. And so now it's occupied again with a project, another project. But I'm getting sick of my computer being at my desk and having weird spots that bubbles find. So I would like to make it into a wall mount computer, and I want to have as little downtime as possible. So basically, take the computer down, pull apart all the water cooling stuff because I got to go in there and clean it and then put it onto the 3D printed parts that'll mount it to the wall control. And then put the wall control against the wall, mark out where all of my little screw-in things go, the drywall studs, put those in, and then screws into the drywall studs. It has 6 mounting points, so that's enough to hold up a computer, even if I wrench on the cables. Okay, those we need these. We're getting close. This thing has gone pretty smoothly. I didn't mean to have 3 to 4 streams on this thing, but there were some parts of it that were kind of really annoying. I'm extremely happy that this didn't end up being wobbly. This is super tight. I love it. It's great. The little spring out wings are very good on this thing, and we've given it a spot that it barely fits in. So plugging this thing in with a big chunky MIDI connector will be satisfying. And maybe someday I'll have one of those smaller MIDI keyboards, but those things are like $75. Why are they so expensive? The smaller MIDI keyboards that have the little TRS plug that's got MIDI on it, and so I'll get an adapter for this. Or I could pop a hole in this and put a connector on it, but there's not much space. Put it like in the middle. Okay, so headers for this. These are technically breakaway headers, so I should be able to get away with putting a fingernail into the one that I want to break and then pivoting it so that it'll just snap off clean. I don't know how I did that, and I don't think I'll ever do it again. But we'll try it 3 more times. Impressive. Feels so good. That's the Beck Gorillas song. That's what it is. She's a plastic Cleopatra and a something, something, something. Crazy Beck lyrics. He's into Scientology. Okay, so there's that. Boom. Bada bing. Put your toys away. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's put this thing together. Oh yeah, we need a standoff. If only I had a kit of standoffs right next to... Oh, there it is. Okay, can we use a big boy? It probably does call for a big boy, but I don't think the distance is big boy distance. I'm a big boy. Big boy distance. Why are you no fitting? Because my capacitors are too tall. Son of a bitch. Okay, let's replace those capacitors then. Emergency capacitor replacement. I could use taller headers, but I don't have taller headers, so I'm just going to replace these tall boys with some short ones. Easy done, and then we'll be in the right voltage range and everything. Because I have this kit of capacitors. Where'd it go? I don't have the kit. I don't know where it is. It's right here. I'm panicking. I'm panicking. These will be shorter. So we can just quickly wang jangle these little guys in here. Tools go away, flux goes away, pointer tool goes away. Front panel goes over here. Tweezers, gonna need. Power supply plug goes back in the bin. Scissors go where scissors go, which is right under the soldering iron, where they're always available. I need to get a new set of those. They're starting to show their age a little bit. Solder over here. Desolder braid goes back up with the soldering iron. All these chips go in a pile. This goes in the square hole. Okay. Some of this stuff will have to find its way into my bins a little later on. These we will need later. We are almost there. Just a couple more things to do. All right. Oh, this goes in the bin. Where'd the bin go? It's right here. Bin goes where the bin goes. Put stuff away as you are working. Makes for a much easier transition into all the different jobs that you do when you build something like this. If your stuff is exactly where you know that it should be. I know it to be true in my heart of hearts. Oh my god. I haven't been too good about that, and so stuff's kind of getting all over the place here. Just kind of rearranging stuff to make just a little bit of breathing room. These are all parts that need to go somewhere. They're extras. This is what we should have been working on today, and we'll get to that soon. It's an I2C converter for a screen. I think Python will be a little bit more palatable if we use an I2C screen, because I'm sure there are good libraries for that. All right, put the mess out of my mess hole. Let's get the capacitors out of the capacitor hole, and then we can plug the plug into the plug hole, and then we'll be good. I don't understand what I just said. All right, so I'm going to come in here from the side, put it in the vise like that, get the big iron on his tip. Big iron on his tip. Don't grab that with your fingies. Grab this with your silicon fingies. This came with the iron, and I don't know what all this crap is in the front. I don't know what all this is. This is some weird sort of alien tooling here. I don't know what it does. All I want is a silicon grabby. It was a tool that came with the iron, and I don't know what else you would do with it. Tighten up the cable thing? No. Yeah, it's weird. Very strange. I'll have to look it up. I'm sure there's a manual. Hooray for holes! We're having a hole stream. Wholesome. Thank you, thank you. Tip your waitress. Press the button. And we're up to temperature. I'm going to clean this first. I use a dry sponge. Speedy recommended that I get an actual dry sponge from a soldering iron company, an actual Hakko dry sponge. It wasn't terribly expensive, but the thing is, if you buy the brass wool, sometimes it's steel coated with brass or whatever, and so it can actually damage the tips of the irons because it's too hard. So I bought the one from Hakko. It wasn't that expensive. I bought two. This thing lasts about a fortnight. It lasts about 10,000 years, let's be honest, until it fills up with lead. It's an interesting iron. It's the Pace ADS 200, and it's what I used for the government jobs. The FBI Technical Center had a bunch of these, and so I decided to get the same one because I had experience with it. It was actually a nice iron. Capacitors are easy. All I need to do is put the big iron in here and yank them out. The holes are next to each other, so as long as I get on both of them at the same time, which is kind of tough to do on this lower one. Don't want to yank out any pads. So now we got to clean up the holes, and then we will find replacement capacitors, and there'll be surface mount capacitors that we take the little tray off of. The surface mount the surface mount capacitors are a little bit shorter, a little bit smaller, but the two pins on them are the same as a through hole, so they work quite well. I get my brass wool from Micro Center. It seems to be okay. Micro Center is one of those few giant corporate entities, although they're not that giant, that seems to have their head in a good place. They go, if we have good products, people won't be mad at the stuff that we offer. I very much endorse them. I wish I could get a sponsorship from Micro Center. That would be awesome. And then my weird build could be even weirder. I could use modern technology. I don't know. I see all these creators. They get like sponsorships for these amazing places. What's going on? I guess maybe they must have like a network that helps them get these things. That's sort of the only big advantage that I can see with the network is they'll help you argue with YouTube, and they will help you acquire sponsorships. The only reason I've got the 3DX Connection mouse, and possibly I could have gotten the 3D scanner for free, the CR scan, is because Fusion 360 sponsors me. So tomorrow we will do a sponsored Fusion 360 stream. I love living near a Micro Center. I moved further away. I used to live literally up the hill from Micro Center. It was so awesome. That's why I had that story about, like, we just decided to go to Micro Center and build a whole computer. I was like, you know what? I want to upgrade my graphics card. Let's go upgrade my graphics card. And we could just go to Micro Center. Of course, we also had CompuCenter back then, but that place closed down. But yeah, having a local Micro Center is insane. Every time I drive by, I see whether or not I can stop in. And every time I stop in, I buy something related to the electronics stuff that they have, whether it be an Arduino or whatever. Autodesk Fusion no longer 360. Wait, they have a different name for it, I guess. I gotta check with their branding. There's a page that I can find somewhere in the Slack group that will tell me what their specific branding is, and I need to adhere to it. The problem is, I wish they don't support Linux, and they're gonna stop supporting Windows 10. I'm gonna be able to use it on Windows 10 just without support, but that may mean I need to move to Windows 11 on this machine. I really don't want to do that. Hopefully 12 comes out soon. And oh my God, what was that? This thing just pooped a whole bunch of solder into my desoldering. macOS is kind of broken. Time for me to hit the hay. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Mumble the Meek. Why did I mumble that? Okay, sorry. I'm firing on so many cylinders that I have knock. My knock sensors are going nuts. Time to clean the poop chute on the sucker. We did earlier. The only problem is, so what happened is solder got between the little pooper doodle, the little ramrod in there. Solder got between that and the outer thing here, and so the tolerances are not as tight anymore. It wore down a little bit, and after having worn down, basically it doesn't eject quite properly, and solder gets into that space. Usually, when I'm doing this, I've built up the muscles. I've done so much desoldering with this thing that I can operate it one hand. Some people have a lot of trouble. Some people put it against the desk. Some people use it on their arm. I need to operate with efficiency, so I can reach my thumb all the way here and do that. If ever I'm giving, like, I don't know, a hand job, I could crush somebody to death with my thumb now because I've got all the muscles down here worked out over the course of years of doing this operation. This spring is not weak. This produces a lot of suction here. But yeah, this is, I could basically make a diamond if I squish it with my thumb. But then in the same vein, you've got to really push down on it to get this thing to stick out. This tool has seen many tens of hours of use. I thought dexterity, that's pure muscle strength. If ever I get into rock climbing, I think I can crush rocks. I can make my own handholds by smushing my thumb into the rock. It's just, the thumb muscles in my palm are crazy. You can see how warm it is. Look at how, oh my God. Even with the soldering iron visible, it's still like this, anyway. 2 capacitors. This is the last thing that we do before the headers. So 47 oof, 25 volts. 47 oof, 25 volts. 47, 35. 35 will do. These are the ones we've already been using. Luckily, the other one's a different value. I'm kind of running out of caps in this kit. So surface mount capacitors were invented by Satan in the 1950s, and they are designed to really piss you off. Actually, wasn't it like 70s? Anyway, the whole point, hey, we got to get a capacitor onto this board, and our capacitor technology typically revolves around 2 sheets of mylar that are wrapped in a spiral and shoved in a can with a dielectric in it. And so we can't really have any kind of departure from that technology. We could probably make them smaller. And so they made them smaller, but they're still fundamentally a through-hole technology. They flatten the leads and smush them out in this little tray at the bottom. And my hand is shaking because I just used my thumb muscle quite a bit to operate the solder sucker. So in like 10 minutes, my hand will be steady again. But yeah, anyway, so I bend up the leads. I bend the leads. See, they've only got this tiny little lead sticking out from the footprint, which is incredibly annoying when you have to solder to it. Now, I've taken off the tray. This is conductive, and solder can also stick to it. So you got to be careful that there's not anything exposed around here. This is really ugly. But yeah, so that's basically it. We've now converted this into a through hole. We look for the marking for the negative band, and then we can shove this thing into the square hole. I don't know whether or not I want to put a header there because Erica Synths I don't think has software. Or no, there's a GitHub, so we might be able to get software for this. I don't know if this is like an Arduino bootloader or what. So maybe I'll hold off on doing anything with that. It would be good if you could tune it by programming a little offset. We'll have to see. I'll have to get into this a little bit more and read up how to use it. Now these will barely, I gotta do this by hand. Do this by hand. This will often barely fit into the pads. God, my hand is shaking a lot from the thumb workout. But there you see it's perfectly compatible, and it's lower than the IC, so that's pretty good. That's pretty nice. Plus, those flat pads allow solder to flow a little bit better into the via. Oh, we still got the giant tip on here. All right, press down with a finger, anchor the pad. We'll come back to it in a second. Let's get the second capacitor on there. Pro tip, borrow a pair of smaller hands. I do, yeah, child labor. I'm pretty sure the only reason my parents had me was to do dishes. They just really didn't like doing dishes, so they had a second son. 10 oof, which we don't have. Okay. 10 oof 25 volts, huh? Oh, 10 oof 50 volts. That might be a big boy. Well, it's the only 10 oof that I have. It's all right, 10 off 50 volts. As long as you're above the voltage of whatever the device can experience. 25 on a potential 24 volt system, I don't like, but they designed it and it's probably effective. 50 volts is really where I'd want to be. And especially with these surface mount caps, it's not very big. You're not really sacrificing a lot of area. Yeah, this is an Erica Synths kit. And I believe it's on GitHub as well. I bought the circuit boards from an eBay seller. I got the circuit boards and the microcontroller. And the challenge with these kits, whenever I do a kit, is to make my shop make the kit without buying extra stuff. Because we are in essentially a pandemic of international shipping. And I don't want to have to pay tariffs. I don't have to want to pay 1 red cent to this fucking administration. So the challenge is using the stuff that I've already got on hand. And so I do a lot of surface mounting instead of through hole. So a lot of these are surface mount. They're not 1%. I have through hole 1% resistors I could have used. I don't like them. This is cleaner build. I prefer it this way. I wish they did all the resistors standing up like this, because then you can just put an 0805 resistor right in there. You could even use 1206 and it'll fit really well. But when they put them out wide like this, I have to add a wire to it. Don't have 100 microhenry coils and my power supply is clean, so I just put a piece of wire over it. Just put a piece of wire over it. Every time I say wire, I think of the line from an Aesop Rock song where he says wire cutter pliers, and that's apparently the rhyme. And I'm like, that's not a rhyme. That's not a rhyme at all. And here I am with it still in my head 8 years later, or whatever the hell that rhyme came out. like 16 years later. It's still in my goddamn head. So sometimes these will press fit in and they'll stay put when you flip over the board. This one appears to be helping me out in that regard. Sometimes they don't though, and they just fall out and you gotta hold it with one finger. Wish I still had my collection of 1,000 volt caps. They came out of an industrial motor driver. That's kind of neat. Let's use this tip. This one will be amenable. Amenable. And we're up to 10. That's the one thing that I really love about this iron. Well, the second thing that I love about the iron. The first thing is that it always works. The second one is that it heats up instantly. And those pine sills and stuff, if you give them enough juice behind them, they will also heat up very quickly like that. I emailed you about my Kickstarter stuff. Okay, I'll check that out. My computer's been random restarting, and so I didn't open up my stream email. So I'll have to specifically do that. The stream email gets 1 email a fortnight and 1 email every 2.5 years. So I don't check it all that much. Caps are good at making metal become vapor. That's the viral clip, the 70,000 view clip that I have. And it's unfortunate it couldn't have driven more traffic towards my stream, but I was working with motor controllers, and so stepper motors love voltage. They love voltage. That was building Burn the Subs, and I was messing with a motor controller that was 35 volts, and I said, why don't we try it at 50? So I bump it up to 50, and the capacitor was not rated for that voltage. So you can see through the thermals, the capacitor heat up and heat up and heat up, and then it goes, and I go, walk. And that went viral. But my promise to you, chat, my promise to you is that I will never fake a moment like that. I will not intentionally cause things to blow up and then act all surprised. I find that to be very disingenuous, and it misrepresents the hobby as being something exciting where things are blowing up all the time. If you want something excited where things are blowing up all the time, play a video game or play with matches or something. I don't know. If you do things properly with the electrical stuff, you can do some very incredible things, and you can do them without blowing your face up. All of those electrocution moments from Electro Boom get him a lot of viewers, but they also kind of misrepresent what goes on here. Okay, so we've shortened the caps. Now we can do the standoffs because this thing will fit together. It will actually fit together. And then we can figure out what standoff we want to put on this thing. I want to put the manky edge facing inward so it's a little less visible. Got a manky eye. Okay. Manky edge and the side. There we go. And then the second half of this little layer cake. Damn it. This is where everything goes wrong and everything falls out. All the headers are going to fall. Everybody will just laugh at me. Laugh and laugh. There you go. I mean, technically I should do this with the header in place, but I don't know what size header that's going to be, what hardware I'm going to use on it. So I'll do this first. All right. Just put it on here so I can clamp the bottom board and get this soldered. Soldered. So that'll just, gravity will seat it properly. Everybody understands that the Electro Boom stuff is fake. It's a running joke. Yeah, I guess so. I suppose so. But then when he does something genuine that I find actually like surprising, like sticking his finger in a glass of water that has 2 AC leads in it, I have to question whether or not he's being genuine about that, because a bunch of other stuff is not genuine. So can you stick your finger in a glass of water with 2 AC leads in it? The answer is yes. It depends on the salt content in the water, right? And you can get a lot closer to it than you think, and depending on the voltage of your AC, but I have to wonder if that was faked, because other stuff has been faked. So I don't know. His channel is also widely successful and I'm not, so I can't say shit, you know? And it's awesome that he's actually brought knowledge of electronics to a more mainstream audience. I love that. And it's likely he's a great person. But we don't know. But anyway, it's just, I don't know. I just don't like the faking it. So I'm just anchoring these. We'll come back and solder them. I just got to make sure that everything is on the straight and narrow here. Make sure that everything is in alignment and this isn't some kind of a trapezoid. Asmer soldering stream. It is indeed not a trapezoid. Everybody's sitting flat. It's funny. Are the holes in the front panel off? Because this LED is like bent to the side. Could be. All right, good. That's sitting flat on all four. All right, you know, Cyberdunk. Whoa, that's a green light. Green light flashes. Why was that green? Pseudo-Maymays resubscribes. That was 2 hours ago, though, Pseudo-Maymays. Thank you, Pseudo-Maymays, for the 6 months. I missed it. I missed it. Oh, message needs to go away. I remember that. What was green? What was the green color for? Oh, it's for when somebody says idea. It's actually yellow. I'm just a little green-yellow colorblind. Right. You said idea. Understandable. The explosion stuff makes it seem like it's a little bit more exciting than it is. Yeah. My best goof, I replaced a 30 kilowatt, 480 volt three-phase motor drive. At some point, an engineer thought it would be a good idea to swap the location of the input and output terminals. Oh boy. Those poor bipolar transistors didn't even get to live before they became smoke. That's like an instantaneous smoke there. That must have been a brown trouser moment for sure. My worst was hooking the scope up to the 300 volt DC portion of the Vicor power supply, because the way the Vicor power supply modules work, they make very clean power, but in order to make amps and amps of power without needing giant pieces of equipment, they bump the voltage way up. And so that 300 volt standard that's on like ships is so that you don't need as much like copper and safety stuff in order to run. You still need all that stuff, but when it's higher voltage, it doesn't have to be high current, which requires a lot of copper. So anyway, it does the 300 volts, and I hooked the scope up to it, and apparently the scope was on like 120 volt ground, and it eliminated a couple of the protection elements that were on the board. I mean, it's a good thing those elements were there, but it was a sizable spark, and I thought I blew up my oscilloscope back in a day when oscilloscopes were not cheap. They were not cheap. Replacing that would have been impossible. Nowadays, you can buy a $30 scope off of Amazon. It's a little soldering kit, which is pretty cool. But back then, please. Begs the question, why didn't I invent a cheap oscilloscope back then and start selling it? Yeah, they're much cheaper now. The technology has come along. The scope blowing stuff gives me nightmares. I was reluctant to touch my leads to anything after that. Yeah, big DC bus. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good progress here. We're going to be able to power this thing up in no time. In no time at all. We just want to do our best to do some clean soldering here. And really, the key to clean soldering is patience. You must have a temperature-controlled soldering iron and patience. Patience. Paint chance? No. Eat paint chips. No. That's not correct. So what I'm doing is I'm applying the iron to the opposite side of the solder and waiting. And when the solder gets in there, it has a bunch of flux with it. Sometimes, because these are very small pads, I really wish that Erica had been a little kinder to the solderer and used slightly larger pads. That's when you're designing your circuit board in CAD, this is something that can happen. You think your pads are enormous because you've shoved your face right into all the pixels, because you can zoom in CAD. And so you zoom in CAD and you put these pads down, you go, man, those pads are too big, taking up too much space, we'll make them smaller. And then you get the circuit board in the mail and you go, this is impossible to solder. Using somebody else's parts for your surface mount, be cognizant of how much of the pad sticks over the edge. Because when you're designing something for a machine to solder with solder paste and using those methods, you don't need to have as much pad. That's what those capacitors are like. But when you're hand soldering it like I am, because it's fun to hand solder stuff, yeah, you gotta be kind to the human and make those pads a little larger. I get this was probably never meant to become a kit. They just decided, hey, this old thing, let's turn it into a kit. So with through-hole soldering, you want to heat up both the pin and the pad, and then you want to apply the solder to the pin and the pad when it's hot enough for the solder to melt all over it, and then it creates what looks like a teardrop kind of shape. It looks like it's breaking surface tension, because that means the solder has tinned the whole thing. You see that, how it flows out like that? Sometimes I do little things to help it out though, like if I'm not getting good contact from this, I will put just a little tiny bit of solder right next to the iron, and that releases some of the flux from some of the rosin from the rosin core, and it'll coat the thing and allow it to trap a little bit more heat, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I destroyed a filter kit, not Erica's, because the pads were super tiny. I almost destroyed this one because the pads were not, they didn't have traces coming out of them, and when I desoldered a chip that I soldered in, it lifted a bunch of traces. We ohmed it out, and apparently those traces weren't needed, so I got lucky. But yeah, that's scary, being able to ruin something because the pads are too small. I really enjoy surface mount because then I don't need to do all this board flipping. But when I did mutable instruments stuff, they were the original Emily Gillette, I hope that's how you pronounce that, the original Emily Gillette designs. And so they were brutal to solder because it was using a surface mount size that looks like the next size up. It really does look like the next size up, but it's really small. And so I felt so clumsy doing that. It, like, any hand movement would disrupt stuff, and oh my God, I had to be careful about scratching the circuit boards. And then they were white PCBs. So the white PCBs show all the grime and the dirt and the nastiness from soldering. It was unenjoyable. I didn't have fun. And then putting it on camera with a white PCB means that everybody's retina were pretty much fried. Anxiety ridden. It's people, people comment, they say, oh, what's all that crap around your soldering? It's like, shut up, I hate you. And then they give me money. I do have an ultrasonic cleaner, and I just haven't used it for circuit boards yet. I don't know what that process is, if I do it in alcohol or if I do like simple green. The money part is nice. I know, I have to be nice to them. I get peanuts for streaming, you guys. I don't make that much money. Maybe if the fabled pop-off of my channel that everybody seems to predict, they go, man, Bother, you change scenes really well, and you keep it punchy and exciting and interesting. And I go, your brain is probably broken in the same way that all of my viewers' brains are. But we're not a majority on this platform. We're not even notable. I have happened to be able to partner, probably partly because of the pandemic. Everybody was stuck inside and wanted somebody to blather away in the background, which is honorable and is great use of my stream. But we were barely able to partner, and everybody seemed to think for a while there, like, this stream is going to pop off. I had like a sponsor looking at me. I guess they were trying to exploit smaller streamers though, having read their terms of agreement for whatever was going on. But people say house IPA, so I'll get a beer and just toss it in there with that. Not to use IPA. I use IPA with the ultrasonic cleaner because I use it for the SLA printer. So I could toss the electronics in a plastic baggie, and then I fill the rest of the cleaner with water, and then I could run that, and that would clean the electronics really well. I don't know, people use like water to clean the electronics. Should we put this header in? We should probably put this header in. It's probably for a programmer. Let's take a look at what the GitHub says. What are they? Because usually, like a company, not AI mode. No. What a company will program in is like a more rudimentary language, right? They'll use C and they'll use some $300 programmer to program their device. They typically won't go to Arduino because you'll be losing out on some stuff. AI mode for the win. No. Soap and water is totally fine as long as you dry everything rapidly after. Well, I don't have anything to rapidly dry. If it's distilled water, I guess you can, no, but then you're contaminating your distilled water. So yeah, you need to like really rapidly dry everything. Yeah, air compressor, I guess, or like a drying oven, I guess. I don't know. MIDI CV output readme swamp VCO3 5 years ago. We're right on the cutting edge of synthesizer technology in this stream. That's why people watch me. BBD, DIY Eurorack discontinues its legacy DIY Eurorack. We've decided to make them open source. That's very nice of them, and I really appreciate when people do that. One of the biggest ones that did that was Emily Gillette with the legendary Mutables Instruments modules, and I still want to get that 8-bit module. I may order that circuit board in the near future. My problem is whenever I program an Erica Synth module, she uses STM32, and so we have this whole environment that we have to open up and use C commands and do all this stuff with, and I forget how to do that. I'm sure it's a great programming environment, and maybe if I made the switch to Linux, I could have my own VMs that would do different microcontrollers. So if I want to do Arduino on a particular project, I could open up that VM, and it's like an entire computer that I can ruin with drivers in order to do the programming for that micro. This computer does everything, and so it is an absolute shit show of USB and drivers and just things coming out of everywhere. It's crazy. The blower is also a good way to discover any bad solder joints. Interesting. I have this little blower over here. It's not really compressed air, but it is close to. It doesn't quite get to the pressures that compressed air gets to. It is a giant lithium-ion battery, though, and it will probably inevitably burn down my house, and me with it. I could potentially use that to dry circuit boards. Certainly have used it to dry my keyboard when I spill stuff on it. Arduino does not permit proprietary licensing. Well, if Arduino does not permit proprietary licensing if you get caught. That's sort of the thing about these, and I don't know of too many lawsuits where somebody's put something in Arduino on their product. I'm sure there's an example and I just missed it, but if you're locking your microcontroller, there's not a lot of ways outside of the FBI to get that hex file out. And if it's just a hex file, maybe there are some signatures that point towards Arduino. I'm not sure. I don't know what that takes, but the plug-in blowers are better. I have a friend who has that for working on cars, for detailing cars. Yeah, but the hex file has been combed over by the IDE, right? Maybe there's a signature on that. And if you lock your microcontroller, you can't get the hex file out, aside from burning the chip with acid and bouncing a laser off of it, which is a Scandinavian paper about doing that. There are industrial Arduinos that use a different IDE. They're probably much more reliable. Open source projects. Oh, they got a list, and then there's the CC by SA license. So I wonder what they were using to so this would be MIDI. Didn't we already get this? Let's try it again. Yeah, I don't know how to get files. I'm so bad at GitHub. They've made fun of me for it. They've made fun of me for being bad at GitHub and not knowing where the fucking download button is. They said things to me that I can't repeat on the stream. Mac OS. Oh. There's some exploits around read fuses for some micros. Yeah, for PIC micros is the one that I'm familiar with, and there's a great paper about it. I don't know where the paper is anymore. I found it years and years ago, but the Scandinavians apparently burnt through the substrate of the chip using acid, and then they bounced a green laser at a particular angle off of the lock bit to unset the lock bit, because silicon, it's crazy to think about this, but like a regular diode in your design emits infrared light. It's just surrounded by opaque epoxy. It emits infrared light. And so in the same vein, if you bounce a light off of a silicon die that's DIE because it's dielectric, it's not DYE because it's dyed, you bounce it off and poof, cool stuff. Arduino PLCs. Weird. I'm going to take a look at that real quick. Sorry, I'm getting distracted because basically all we have to do now is plug it in. What the heck? What the heck is this crap? I could immediately click away from the page. Arduino compatible. Programmable controllers. Open Arduino compatible. So these are like industrial. You can't see it because it's 2 pixels wide, but it's a DIN rail mounted PLC, a programmable logic controller that uses Arduino. I remember there was a Reddit thread that was really funny back in the day where people said, like, what the hell? Why are traffic lights so bad? Like, this sucks. Like, I have to wait at this traffic light. I shouldn't have to do that. It should be able to communicate and coordinate things. I could easily program that with an Arduino and a relay board, and then an actual industrial engineer came in and said, you fuck nuts. You are so incredibly ignorant of what goes into your typical traffic light controller. These things have to exist at temperatures that will boil you or freeze you solid. They have to work 24 hours, 365. They have to work off industrial power that can get weird, and they have to function perfectly or people will die. You do not put an Atmega 328 into a cabinet like that and trust it to permanently control your setup. This thing has to get struck by fucking lightning. It needs to be on a special timer. It needs to be on a special programmable logic controller that we have full control of, so that if something goes wrong, it's not a big question mark. It was a wonderful thread. I really like the dressing down of your typical armchair pilot Redditor going, I'm a better engineer than that. I could do this. It's like, you don't even know that you don't know enough about this problem. But this thing, if you were doing an Arduino in an industrial environment, first of all, yeah, having that special IDE. Second of all, having whatever the hell else support electronics are surrounding that chip in there. Yeah, redundancy on top of redundancy, and just all kinds of like check-in stuff so that you could, you know, your traffic lights are working remotely, the police activation and stuff. There's a lot that goes into your typical traffic light. Oh no, they're out of time with one another. There is a road in Philly where you have to drive at exactly the speed limit, and you'll have an unfettered time driving through the speed lights. I am incapable of going the speed limit. It is a personal problem. It's actually a physical issue that I have. And so I will oftentimes run into that light. Assembly Gerber PDF MIDI panel DS store firmware .hex fuse low, high, and external. So they're probably using something that's not that's not Arduino, unfortunately. And they provide us with a hex file. We don't have the source code. Yeah, we don't have any like source code. We just have a hex file. Now you can, by the way, chat, you can reverse engineer a hex file, but with microcontroller programming, you program in the IDE, and then your IDE combs over all of your code, gets rid of all the spacings, turns the loops into machine loops language. It does a lot of like evil dark magic. It summons a little demon and it's like, nah, 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 and then it like rearranges things. It does stuff that we will never comprehend, and it turns it into machine instructions. You can get programs that will try to restructure the hex file into loops, but then you need to have somebody knowledgeable to go over the code again and try to get everything out of it. You don't get comments, you don't get, you know, it's a whole thing. I had a friend make 6 figures in a job that was doing that, while I got peanuts for what I was doing with IEDs. I do like peanuts though. They're pretty tasty. Okay, so let's assemble this thing properly. Yeah, reverse engineering software is a nightmare. How do I plug this thing in? I think it goes this way, because the circuit boards line up here. There's a little overhang over here. So we got our 2 circuit boards together. There's no grading, like super obvious things that I've forgotten. I'm not going to put the standoff in. Oh, the standoff is... Uh-oh. Why did you do it this way? Ah. I could have used low profiles. Oh no. It's supposed to go with the electronics sticking out. Ah, okay, well, welcome to my desoldering stream where we do a lot more desoldering. I could have used the low profile standoffs. All that work just because I didn't. Yeah, I thought they would want to protect all of this stuff and have it the opposite way. And when I plugged it in, you can see there's the standoff. There's the standoff. So they're not meant. It doesn't. The standoffs don't. Maybe like this. Offset one of the headers to key in the orientation. That would have been neat. Get out the desoldering gun. I can use the hand desolder. If I do these individually, will that work? Or do I need to put a bar down and then heat up that bar? I don't have a big wire that I could use for that. Let's think about this a little bit. If I put the big iron on the tip, I don't want to break these headers. Although these headers, you can do, maybe this will be the way we do it. That'll put a mark in it. I don't want to put a mark in it. You can pry up these headers and undo them individually. See? And now I've just got individual pins, so we'll do that for these. These I don't really particularly enjoy using. But I wanted to give the electronics enough height, and I thought they were tucking the electronics in so that your typical modular synthesizer user doesn't, you know, I don't know what the hell they get up to, but they apparently, people put the electronics on the inside often with these things so that the users don't blow them up and knock off all the electronics in their synths. But alas, here we are, having to undo the mistake that I made. What time is it? Yeah, you know, we're finished with this, and maybe I can check in later and tell you guys whether or not it works. We definitely don't have time to test it today. Wick without desoldering? I mean, wick is expensive, but it is an okay way to do it. Chip Quick would be the other one that I would use. Heating up the whole header and having it fall out, we kind of messed that one up earlier. So, but this way I can just pull out the individual pins, and as long as I keep them, they'll snap back into the plastic. Yeah, if debugging this, it's easier with the electronics facing that way. I didn't think. I need a bigger tip. This needs to heat up faster. If I heat up from the other side, it'll obviously go just fine because it soldered on and there's still a little bit of extra flux there, but I want to be able to pull the pins from this side without having to fish around the board. Sometimes the desoldering gun does okay with this kind of stuff, but whenever I try this kind of desoldering, there's always just that little tiny piece of solder left in the header, and then that keeps the thing from lifting out. Wick is really good if you need to flatten a pad for surface mount stuff. Hello? What's going on here? Here, move from below. This might be a secret ground. There we go. Just want to be very gentle with it so I don't lift any pads. Any of these amazingly small pads. Ah! I could use a bigger tape. Yeah, there's some pills for that. Call your doctor if your tip is big for 4 hours. Just call your doctor anyway. He misses you. He wants to talk. Not about anything in particular. Just likes to have you around. My brain goes to strange places when we have jobs like this to do where I'm not thinking about anything. An unfettered mind is a terrible thing to taste. I gotta be careful because I don't have an isometric view of this, so I could be leaving solder on weird places of these clips. I guess I'll find out when I go to insert them again into the plastic. I wish I had more of those headers that were the low profile ones that fit on square pins. Why are you fighting me? What's going on here? Oh, that's just annoying. It's because the chip's right here and I'm grabbing it from too low. There we go. Yeah, just brain in a jar. Sounds fun. It does get in the way. All right, there we go. See, this is the kind of job where I would be like putting on a streamer in the background and just hunkering down. And people go, why is that bother occasionally leaving stupid comments in my stream? I wish they would go away. I lost the ability to put heat into this pad, and it might be a ground, so it's sucking my heat away. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Try to get a flat part there. I feel like this might be depositing solder on the upper parts of the clip. These are incredibly flimsy. We do have some extras, though, so I have no shame about leaving stupid comments. No, it's when I join another streamer's stream and I say stuff in their chat, they get annoyed with me because I am not a big deal. I'm like a regular viewer that happens to have a partner badge. With the partner badge, they tend to pay attention to that more. I've got the advantage of that badge making them look at my stupid comments a lot. And some streamers really don't appreciate that because they've got their little closed group of friends and I'm an outsider. And back in the day, I actually did get a little bit of attention. I got a raid from one of these game streamers and it was really cool. But it's not really the case anymore. So I think some of them just don't like to have, and then they'll say in one breath, they'll say, you know, I hate it when partners come into other people's streams, and then they'll have their friends show up and they go, oh my God, how's it going? Like, I would never leave a comment with that badge. It's like, dude, you don't know what it's like to have to earn the badge. They had YouTube followers and then they come over to Twitch and they don't know what the colossal amount of effort that it does take to actually get a partnerable stream just from Twitch. It's insane. It would have broken a lot of them, but it didn't break me. Well, it didn't break me because I was just having fun. It was fun, and then I happened to have a lot of people on stream, and I was like, wait a minute, we should do this more often, chat, so we can partner. My nose tickles. Ugh, okay. This is a little tedious. Welcome to the Tedium Dome. But it is cleaner than trying to yank it all out at once. I get lots of people thinking I'm a streamer because of the silly name. My autism doesn't like it when I'm perceived in any way. There's no cameras in this room. Oh. So it's like a curse. And Poopsie Doodle is an awesome Twitch name. I mean, you really did a good job figuring out that you know, getting that name. I only stuck with Oh Bother because of previously recorded live. The two fellows from Red Letter Media, Jack and Rich, who I still have personal contacts with. I could email them out of the blue. I don't do that. But anyway, I worked with them on a project after being a fan of their stream for many years, and the previously recorded live streams. It was a lot of fun. But I worked on a project for them, and so they actually, at the very last stream, because they decided to pull like a Beatles and just stop. And there was too much trouble to maintain like a streaming room, and they just didn't really know the tech all that well. So they decided to stop. And also, Rich Evans's voice, there is no compressor in existence that can handle his voice properly. Although, to be fair, if I could take a swing at it, I think I could make it work. Rich Evans' voice and a compressor. I think I could take the edge off of the Rich Evans thing. But apparently, like in video editing software, you could remove the audio from the clip and you could still hear his screeching. So anyway, the point is, they ended their stream, and at the very end of the stream, they gave a shout out to Oh Bother on their very, very last previously recorded stream. And at that point I said, oh, I guess I got to keep Oh Bother for my stream. People think it's perfect. They think it's perfect for my attitude towards what I do, because often we get kind of exasperated and need to utter a British phrase and not reference Winnie the Pooh. It is not a Winnie the Pooh reference. It is the British phrase that I went after. And then people are like, oh, Winnie the Pooh. And I'm like, all right, fine. Fine, I'm a shirt-cocking bear. Anyway, so I had to keep the name because they endorsed my channel under it. I was going to try to come up with something better. I'm not great at coming up with better stuff. Although if I named myself something more search-happy, I might get more viewers, which is where you get your very basically named streams from. Look at this, no heat. No heat at all. Can I get some heat? This must be a ground pin. Look at how poorly this thing, it's not doing anything. Just a little bit of flux, my lord. Please? I'll read the comments in just a second. This thing's a struggle. Let me get a little metal on the end of the soldering iron. Maybe that'll do it. There it goes. Yeah, it's because the pad was so small. Jeez. I'm pulling teeth. Now keep in mind, I'm not putting any pressure to these. I don't want to lift a pad. So as soon as it moves, I gently lift up, and it should just kind of exit through the gift shop. Okay. I don't know the voice, but it sounds like a good candidate for a chain with a limiter and then a compressor. Yes. Rich is, you love him to death. Love him to death. But he can be very high pitched, and he is a very he's just like a very genuine laugh. So it's a very loud, high pitched laugh. So a compressor like tries to get it away, but before that you've already had like a really high pitched noise go through the whole audio system. So it's yeah, they bought a compressor at the behest of chat at one point, but they didn't really know how to use it. And people were trying to recommend how to use it, but they got too many people recommending stuff. And when that happens, you get like a Linux situation where you get conflicting pieces of advice that, if taken alone, would probably solve the problem, or at least get stuff further along. But you know, it just doesn't. And they were using an actual piece of equipment for the compressor, and they had the SMB50, the Shure microphone that everybody has, that has a little bit of audio shaping in and of itself. But they really, I mean, what I would recommend now is they get something like the Rodecaster, because if they have their friends on, which they often did, which were some of the most, so those were some of the coolest streams when they had the full complement of Mike, Rich, and Jay, and Jack all in one room. And if you have a podcaster mic, you can shape everybody and get them all in. And one of the biggest problems with that stream was their audio levels per each other. They would set one microphone to be Jack level and the other one to be Rich level. And so they would then leave and come back and do another stream, and they'd be using the opposite microphones. And so you'd get one blowing your ears out and the other one you'd barely be able to hear. So you turn the volume up, and then Rich laughs, and my speaker cone hauls off and punches me in the dick. It was very frustrating. Audio problems on streams are very frustrating. which is why I've put so much effort, time and effort and expense and emotions into my own audio mixing. Having the Rodecaster is a bit of a shortcut if you're willing to spend the money. It's not cheap, but the Rodecaster has a bunch of those filters and compressors and de-esser. You can you don't hear that, right? It gets quiet very quickly. That is a de-esser. I don't know if I disabled the de-esser. I might have. Damn it. This is why I have a compressor plugin for my web browser. Yeah, Frankerface does. It has a built-in compressor for Twitch streams, and I wish I had that back in the day. I had somebody who was asking, what microphone do you use? Why do you sound so good? And I said, well, I use the AT2020, the USB one. And this was before I had, well, no, I still had the digital filters on that mic. Did this just drop out? No, okay. I had the digital filters on the mic. So they bought the AT2020, which really, I should have said, you should get the Shure SMB. Like, just get the one that works for everybody. But anyway, they bought this thing and they plug it in and they just start streaming directly with that audio, the unfettered audio going in. And so they would be talking with a normal voice and they go, ah! And when they go, ah, it would blow out my speakers. And again, the speaker cone would just haul off and punch me in the dick. Yeah, lesson learned. I have like 5 different de-essers. VSTs, can't live without it. VSTs, rather. VSTs, of course, are plugins, and OBS can run them natively. I've been using the M-Audio traditionally plugins that are free, and they're quite useful. I did not use a de-esser in my old setup. The ones that I'm using now are built into the Rodecaster Pro, which is nice. And then I also get the Morning Zoo radio show buttons. That's good for me because I stream and I have an audience, and I now have this one piece of equipment that I can move from computer to computer if I need to. And all of my very sensitive audio settings are in this one piece of equipment instead of a piece of software. But yeah, for other people, like if I were to recommend, for Jack and Rich, I know they have $700 to spend on having good audio, because then you can plug in headphones and you can hear your own mix, right? It's higher quality than what Twitch broadcasts, but it also doesn't have a delay in it. So you don't have the phenomenon where you kind of stumble over your own words. You can actually mix your audio properly so that you can hear everything at once. And so the game actually has audio and you're not at 2 completely different audio levels. SM7B is the same capsule as the SM57 with a different transformer. Huh, the SMB is the one that everybody uses. I have on the gaming computer, I have an AT4040. That was a gift to myself, which picks up literally everything. You can hear a worm crawling along the ground with the AT4040. That thing is crazy. People usually use them on instruments. I use it on my voice, which is my primary instrument. I use it with the built-in filters that are in the Rodecaster Pro, with custom settings on the filters, obviously. And that's got like some good stuff. It's kind of hard to get perfectly in tune. And I would like to experiment with having a preamp so that my voice is a little bit more prominent on the mic. I like sort of the unfettered audio and then doing all of the filtering myself instead of just sort of relying on the microphone to do it all. But again, for some, some streams and broadcasts, you don't want to do all that audio engineering. I do, but a lot of people, they get overwhelmed and they don't want to, they're not an audio engineer. They just want to broadcast their personality out to everybody. And so you get the SM7B and you're fine. There are really good tutorials that I found. One of the guys who does that, what is it, that anime game where they're all doing drugs. It's like Class of 97, I think it's called. One of the guys that does that had microphone tutorials that are pretty old at this point. And some of the stuff I don't really agree with, but they were a really good introduction into what it would take. It was a series on how to become a voice actor, basically. A ribbon mic. I would like to make a ribbon mic one day. The Behringer MDX 2600 is an awesome rack mount compressor. It's only 120 bucks. That's nice. See, I don't know anything about the rack mount ones. I have the one that's built into the mixer, which works pretty well. And it's digital. And then I know the VSTs, the M-Audio VSTs, and that's it. The M-Audio one was really good because it actually became my noise gate. and it worked really, really well as a noise gate. And the problem is when I moved over to the mixer, it didn't have that sort of granularity. It didn't have the same control. I didn't have control of everything on that. So I ended up losing that really nice noise gate. It was made specifically with a curve that would complement using power tools. And when I get quiet, the mic would turn off completely. And the shortfall is that people listening, if you listen to the mixer's mix, you're getting a much higher quality and a much larger bandwidth of audio. And so you can hear like the fan in the background, you can hear all kinds of stuff. Like I have an audio that's audible behind me and you guys just can't hear it. I don't think it's M Audio, like that the company that M Audio. I think it's Melvda Audio or something. It's a bunch of free VSTs. Well, they're also paid VSTs, but still, it's a bunch of VSTs that you can get, and OBS can run them. That was a lot, but we got them all cleared out. Do I really want to reassemble these guys? Well, the alternative to doing that is ripping out all these. I guess I got to reassemble these. Yeah, that's the thing, is you can put thousands of hours into your audio. Some streamers do. A lot of streamers don't. They just have a simple, Rabaz has a mixer that he likes that sort of does his voice a favor and makes him sound okay, but it's a very rudimentary, it's like a cheap mixer that he uses. And that apparently through his headset mic does just enough to make his stream sound fine. And so he put no effort into his audio. Not a lot of streamers put effort into audio, and many of them don't have to. You can tune and tune and tune, and at the end of the day, it's going to be your personality that brings people to the stream. So, who am I to judge? My dog is woofing at stuff. Ah, I hung out with the dog outside today. It was fun. She was a good girl. Mostly it was her barking at people walking by, but this is incredibly fiddly and I hate it. Yeah, I mean, you can also put hours and hours into your audio and not sound good. What it takes, and what I did, is through OBS, I recorded samples of me saying the exact same phrase while I moved the audio sliders back and forth. And so I found all the frequencies that I liked my voice to be enhanced on. Now, I don't exactly have that here. I have something similar to it with their EQ, but tried to make it sound as natural as possible. But you're hearing your own voice through your own skull, so it sounds way different for you personally. The careful part here is getting these to seat again properly without bending the wire on the end. So I'm kind of trying to do it individually. I mean, once I get it soldered in, I guess it'll stay in place. Hearing my own voice is terrible. Well, that's the first thing you got to get over if you do this kind of stuff. Especially if you editing video and stuff like that. You got to get over your own voice. Just deal with it. I know we got here. We got 20 minutes until I gotta peace out on you guys. But we will be back tomorrow and we will do AutoCAD stuff. I'll change gears and we just see the MIDI thing function. When I've had, I mean, all I really need to do is this little soldering. We've not had time to tune this thing. I'll tune it on my own. I want to declare this project done. Yeah, good audio is subjective and it depends on your equipment, and equipment can sometimes vary. That's why I like to use things with a flat frequency response so that I sort of have a good idea of what I'm putting out there. The headphones that I traditionally love to use were the Sony MDRs. People use all kinds of headphones now, but back in the day, those Sony MDRs were everywhere. Every single professional studio would use a Sony MDR pair of headphones to do its initial mix. You look at all the pictures of the guys in the booth, working the audio and stuff, they're wearing those headphones. So I wanted to get a pair of those headphones so I'd hear what they hear. What's the next project? I want to wall mount my PC. And so I got out this piece of wall control. And this is like the dings and dents wall control that I couldn't fit on the wall. I use that stuff to hang like tools and things for like the 3D printer and whatnot. I want to put my weirdo computer on that block of wall control, but I don't want my computer to be down for you know, like a week or a month that it'll take to actually figure that out. Well, it is. It's also a pegboard. The wall control thing are those thin slots. AKG 240s do fine for my broke ass. Yeah, exactly. Mixdown is important though. I have not gone to the trouble of listening to my stream on a pair of like, oh, see, this is a problem. On a pair of like Apple headphones, and because like Mixdown, when you're doing like an album, you want to make sure that everybody's devices are going to be able to display the frequencies that you want to hear, play the frequencies that you want to hear in your actual song. So what you do is you do a Mixdown. Actually, you know what? I might not spend the time on this at all. Let's just discard this one because there's another one sitting on the desk that fell out of one of the ones that I clipped. There's a clip right here. This is unsoldered, fresh. But yeah, you do a Mixdown with a bunch of different devices, and that'll let you sort of tune the frequencies so that you're not crackling on a lot of different speakers. And it is what things like DJ Magic Mike Make the Car Go Boom did not do, and included these like hugely subsonic frequencies in the song. And so all of the big car audio people will use that song because it makes literally everything vibrate with the low frequencies. And they, of course, have the subwoofer to play it. But if you put that on in your, you know, shitboxes speakers, it'll crackle like hell. And the Mixdown is supposed to be the step that prevents that. And it's what a lot of people don't do. It's what all of the professional album people do. Separates out the professionals. But yeah, that thing over there, the orange thing is called wall control, and it's got these special little hooks for it, and it's supposed to use those vertical slots to hold on to hooks and bins and all kinds of stuff. I have an extra panel because it's a ding and dent panel and I ordered too many. So what I'd like to do is put that next to my computer desk and have the computer on it flat, and have clear tubes. We'll just do the traditional water cooling clear tubes. I won't do anything psycho like I normally do. I still have all of the little tiny things water cooled, like the memory and the SSD is still water cooled. So we'll put everything on standoffs and design things that I can 3D print in order to mount the various sections of the PC to that panel. And then once I get it all printed out and ready to go, I can put it together in like a day and put it up on the wall. And then when I fill it with water, all the bubbles will go to the top. They'll go to the freaking top. And I won't have weird sediment inside of all of the stuff. The fins for the different water-cooled elements have like sediment in them. I don't know what's going on. It scares me. I think it's the stuff that I put in, that special fluid. Whoa. Yeah, an entire genre of music specifically mixed for cars with big subs. Yeah, that DJ Magic Mike is like an early 2000s song that a friend of mine just told me about. And it's the only example that I remember, but I'm sure there are artists that very specifically cater towards those hair-raising ultra subwoofers. Because yeah, you would need to get like a specific mix, because it's like you don't get that level of bass and stuff. Yeah, where the hair goes in all directions because of the pressure wave. Do you remember the fluid you used? It's an EKWB fluid. So that whole company has exploded since I bought it. I'll get no information on that. But it was their matte, their like translucent white fluid. It looks like jizz. It looks like I cooled my computer with jizz. I did it because there was corrosion on the nickel from using aluminum stuff in the loop, which is real bad because apparently, you know, heat and water and the dielectric constant, or the whatever it is, the corrosion constant, made it into an electroplating machine, and so the pristine nickel water block is tarnished, which is not that big of a deal in terms of cooling, but it's just annoying. So I flipped the system over to use either plated nickel or copper. God damn, these little things are flat stamped. It would have been nice if I had bought enough of them that I could discard a whole set again, but we need to reuse these. It'll also use up a part that I hate. You use ethylene glycol like in car cleaning stuff, or in car stuff. Yeah, I think so. Does ethylene glycol not allow for a dielectric transfer or whatever, the electron transfer? Oh, you know what? I don't know if it plays well with acrylic. Does it play well with acrylic? It might harden acrylic. There was a substance called water wetter that you would add to radiators, and I used to add that to my cooling loop, and it was red. And then, this is back in the day, because I didn't put a reservoir in the computer, I thought I was smart. I thought I was so smart. No reservoir. So when the computer would heat up, pressure would build in the system to the point where the vinyl tubing would be like, you couldn't squish it because there was so much pressure. And so it would break the acrylic block eventually. And so when the acrylic block broke, water would drip down onto the graphics card, and it was the stuff that had water wetter in it. And so the water would evaporate and leave behind whatever that substance was that makes up water wetter. And so I would wake up, or I would turn on the computer, or I'd wake up to the computer doing the Nintendo bad cartridge dance on the monitor. And so I would then take the card out, go to the sink, and scrape away this like gel that was left behind, and washed it all away, dried everything, plugged it back in, computer worked again. So the water evaporated and the wetter stuck around. Yeah, the wetter was some kind of a gel. Most likely propylene glycol. Yeah, I don't know what went into it. It was an additive for your radiator so that your car could cool itself better. But I figured it would do well in the water-cooled computer. Some of these are going to fight being plugged in like this. This one in particular. Let's see if we can find another one. Actually, we'll just go in now. There we go. We got it to work. So I've weakened the connection that these have to the plastic. So when I plug them in again, some of them have like bent in a little bit, and they might fight actually getting plugged onto the square header. Yeah, I can feel one's weird in this one. Yeah, see, two of them are rejecting me. Probably would have been a good idea to do this with the thing plugged in. Okay, like that, and then we can try to work these back in and get them to actually like separate and fit in. Yeah, it only really needs to be plugged in one time, theoretically. What the? Dr. Plugger? That's an old name. How you doing? That's a 58-month name. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother man. Thank you so much. Dr. Plugger. Were you on the original board? The first one that I did? Why is that? Wow, that was really hard to... Well, I'm going to leave it as is. It might fight the next time I actually try to plug it in. Full send and worry about everything else. Yeah. That one actually just plugged in. That was perfect. Okay, so now we get to resolder all this. Yay. Yeah, admittedly, it is kind of fun, though. So now, the standoff is lined up with the standoff. I don't get this wrong. The standoff was their keyway. That's what would prevent me from buffoonily doing what I did earlier. It was a buffoon, anti-buffoon device. There we go. Oh, they all fit on too? I didn't have to rework the solder on that at all? Nice! Now I can just do another soldering session with the microscope. My feet are falling asleep. I've been sitting down for this entire stream. That's not good. Well, we'll do the soldering and then we're gonna like wrap it up. Finally, a soldering stream. I've been doing this whole time. Having the chips here makes it so that I can't come in from a flat angle. This has been fun. The MIDI thing, the MIDI kit has been fun to do because it's been sort of a rudimentary build with no shocks or surprises to the whole thing. And I've been able to just kind of do an electronics with you guys. It's been good. Every now and then I kind of want to pull out something like this or like an analog module and put it together with y'all. So we could just do basic solder kits. But I don't want like basic solder kit stuff. I want like, you know, analog synthesizer modules, not like a virtual traffic light that uses a microcontroller. I don't want that stuff. Use a 555 to blink an LED. Bleh. Bleh. Meow. Meow. Help. That's one of those little cow noisemakers. Help. Rip. Complex basic soldering. It's a pleasant stream when I'm not yelling at stuff. You gotta be a little punchy on Twitch. Personally, I'm not that punchy, but I ham it up a little bit for you guys. Help. That's what they sound like. Help. No. You gotta use the roof of your mouth as a resonance chamber. Same way they do the Mongolian throat singing. It's not the throat, it's the roof of your mouth. Roof of your mouth can become a resonance chamber that can do another note, an additional note, so you can harmonize with yourself. I can't do it. I can't do it right now because I'm so unconfident. I can do it when I'm driving my car because I'm much louder in the car, right? Because you've got the white noise, you got your road, what is it? Road noise and harshness factor when you're driving around, and so I can do the throat singing, which is really roof of your mouth singing, and harmonize with myself and do it really well. But when I'm alone, oh damn it, when I'm alone, it just doesn't work like that. When I'm alone here in the shop with 50 people watching me. Theoretically, we can eventually lower this thing if I just keep hammering on the pins. Or I could just not care about it and just live my life. Just move on. Father, they're dead. They're never coming back. You've got to move on. You just got to live your life. It's what they would have wanted. No. No, I have to be perfect for them. The pins, they're not perfect. Bother, you have to let go. It was so long ago. No, it just, I could see it. I could see it. There's a gap. Ow, this is really hot. Whew. This pin is ground, and so it's heating up the whole ground plane and burning me. Driver next to you hearing a weird noise, wondering if it's anything to do with the guy who's pogging in his own car. The Martin Sino Pants My Summer Car videos are so good because of that. That perspective where you're playing like My Summer Car and you're like, what would like a real person think about this scene if it were happening in the way that it's happening in game? All right, there's nothing I can do. I'm moving on from that. That's going to consume me. I need to solder this last one, and then we're done. Will I power it up? Yeah, let's power it up just to test it. Just to see if it powers up, and then I have to still solder the MIDI plug. Oh, I still have to solder the MIDI plug. I have to actually do that. So we'll do the MIDI plug. We'll finish hardware completely, and I will report back on what works tomorrow. Or we'll plug it in the beginning of stream tomorrow. Maybe that's what we'll do. Yeah, I know the soldering stream is forever. Okay, so that's that. We got all those on there. It's facing the right direction. The standoff is opposed to itself. Now we can get the front panel, which gets 2 wires soldered onto it. Man, on the Ozempic, I am eating less, and I ate a very small lunch, but I think it was too much material. It was one singular Amoroso, like little tiny roll with a bunch of pieces of meat on it. So yeah, sometimes these will have a keyway on the washer there, but this, you clip off the keyway on these. Food. There's leftovers. Do I have a big fancy? I think I have a big fancy knob for this one too. For the slew. So now I'm gonna get my special tool. I have a special thing for this. Although, to be fair, I don't know if I need to have a special tool. What I really should do is put like a piece of felt on the tip of this thing so it doesn't scratch the module. Maybe we could put Captain tape on it and I could cut it very carefully. Let me try doing that. I don't want to leave scratches. Save the power for tomorrow. At this point, it's all good. If it explodes tomorrow, you don't have to worry about it until then. Yeah, that's true. I'm going to be tempted to troubleshoot it if we plug it in today. So let's do that tomorrow. And then if it blows up, then we can have a surprise troubleshooting stream. I need to put something on the tip of this so that it doesn't scratch the board, which I've seen this thing scratch before, so... Oh, that's going to prevent me from putting tension on it. It's not going to work. That might work. Might work. This is specifically for the nuts that go onto the Funky Kong connectors. And I flattened the front of this socket because it had a very soft front, which would prevent it from scratching any of the stuff that I'm bolting into somewhat. But I made it flat because with the prevention stuff, with the rounded off edge, it wasn't able to grip the bolt all the way in. So now I'm putting Captain tape on it so that it's got some type of plasticky material. To be honest, with the Funky Kong connectors, I could probably 3D print, like with SLA, I could 3D print a tool that would do this, and then it would be plastic and it wouldn't mess anything up. I just peeled off most of the stuff. All right, fine. We'll just be careful. Maybe at some point I'll figure out how to soften this up, because this is really useful when I'm removing 10,000 of these things, because I've got the auto screwdriver thing. Funky Kongs are over there with their bolts in the bin. Okay, let me go get the bin bolt. Bolt bin with the bin bolt. Bolt bin with the bin bolt. Bee bobby bo. Bee bobby bo. Ha 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 ha. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When you get into the more expensive MIDI modules, they don't use the old school 80s MIDI plug. They use the 3-pin, the TRS, the 3.5mm plug. So it would just be another one of these things instead of the big boy, which is pretty useful. But we'll use the old school one. Electrical tape. Maybe, but I gotta cut it so thin. Also, I vehemently despise electrical tape. I hate it. I hate that stuff. I hate it, hate it, hate it. It is the worst tape. If you are trying to keep a power socket that you're putting underground for a festival from getting fouled up by water, stretching electrical tape around it as a temporary solution, layers and layers and then putting it under the ground is fine. That's fine. It's really not fine, but it's okay. It works. That could be a good use for electrical tape. If you're trying to hold a loose wire to a telephone pole, you can use electrical tape. That's okay. If you're trying to build something in your shop and you're putting two wires together, you should never, never, never use electrical tape. If you're building a project that you are going to take outside in weather that's over 80 degrees, you should also go fuck yourself. I mean, not use electrical tape, because the electrical tape becomes some kind of a type of soup once it reaches that temperature. It's not good for that kind of stuff. I hate it so much. I used to use it in projects all the time, and then you come back to an old project and it would be covered in goop. Not cool, teenager me. What the? My tools are getting angry at my rant. Why is this not? Oh, because the LED's right there. Ah, I see. The LED is preventing my tool from getting on there. I have a tiny wrench. Yeah. 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 You're not a 7? Are you an 8? Yeah, you are an 8. Ooh, am I gonna look up and there's a whole bunch of coping going on in my chat? There he goes on the hopium. What's going on? That's what self-vulcanizing rubber splicing tape is for. Then you can do an outer wrap with friction tape. Friction tape's pretty cool. Gaffer's tape is where it's at. Duct tape leaves behind a residue, so it's terrible. Hey, what are you IDing me for? 3M 130C splicing tape. There's a lot of very specific tapes, but the stuff that I get by with is Captain tape and Gaffer's tape, and then painter's tape if you want to mask something. But decent Gaffer's tape will stick dust to water. It's amazing. Really kind of considering removing all of the standoffs and using my low profile ones. It seems like it's a big gap. I'm looking at this gap here. Yeah, I could fit the Titanic through this fucking thing. Yeah, and apparently the cheap car guys swear by Gorilla Tape. Apparently Gorilla Tape is really good stuff for holding things together. I don't know what kind of residues it leaves behind though. I do not like my tape to leave behind a residue. It's a residue. Gonna leave a pregnant silence after that. Cigarette storage, what? Oh, I can put a whole box of cigs in here, yeah. Or I could put my wacky tobacco in between my MIDI module. Hold on, I gotta get my drugs out of my MIDI module. Is a thing that has probably been said in some musician's den at some point in time. It won't. Resolution. Red stripe plugs in this way. I don't like that because this, well, actually that's, it might stick over the edge and prevent me from tucking another panel right next to it. That has been said. I was there for it. Oh, and then a spam phone call comes in on my phone. All right, listen. So this is hardware done. Wait, one more thing. Hold on, let's get over here. Hold on, over here. Gotta look around. Gotta look for... I don't think I'm gonna use one of these. These are for like 25 turn potentiometers. They're really cool though. Check this thing out. So this is a knob cap. That is really, really cool. It's got like a grease in it that keeps it from going too quickly. And you can also lock it. It's got a little counter. Really good on scientific equipment. If you want to adjust slew rate on your MIDI input, it's terrible. But I have a whole box of these things. They're so awesome. But you lock this onto a potentiometer, and I think there's another piece of hardware that you can put in that locks that right there to keep the body from turning. And then you've got these like badass little adjustment things but not something that I'm going to be using on this. I do have a traditional knob somewhere. I mean, I have one on my body, but I'm not allowed to show it on Twitch again. But somewhere around that. I thought there was one in here, but I think it's in the synthesizer bin. Yeah, okay, so let's look in the synth bin. This, I'm not going to use this. This is way too big for a slew. Hilarious, because it's larger than the module itself. But, nah. But I need more of like an old school one. Let's see, somewhere in here. M303s. That viewer that sent in the M303, I have not forgotten about you. I hope you're still watching my stream. I still have your address. I am going to work on the M303. I've had to prioritize my own projects because otherwise chat will eat me alive. I still have Dave's 303 that I need to repair. But we will crack that one eventually. I don't know why they're being so moody. But apparently when I replace a bunch of the parts with the same exact parts, it does everything that I need it to do, except very quietly. It does it very, very quietly. Ah, here we go. Here's an old school one. That one has a mark on it too, so I guess I'll use that. It's pretty good. Just a big old school knob. That'll do. Hopefully it fits. You don't want stream to go too down south, but you always put a dirty joke here and there. Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of the beast, you know? It's also just where my brain goes. I have a voicemail of some kind that it thought was a spam risk, so I'm wondering if it's legit or not. It's smaller than this. Might have to poop. Strange. Oh, that removed it entirely. All right, so turn it all the way down. Put my glide knob in. Put it on the first mark. Drop the grub screw. Fuck. Ooh, it drops straight down. Perfect. Good grub screw. I do have a kit of grub screws. We probably could have found one. You're 10 minutes late for whatever you're supposed to be leaving for. Oh, yeah, look at that. I'll be okay. Wind that up. This isn't very scientific, but I mean, I just want it to be represented. My knob's too big. Sounds like a personal problem. Glide. Cool. I don't know what glide does, but at least we know how to center it again. Clock out, mod, CV gate 1 and 2. Don't know what those do. 1 voice, 2 voice switch. Program light. MIDI input. Erica Synth's logo. Nice. Noise. If I get really pissed off at these, I will replace them with low profiles just because we used the low profile capacitors. So I could potentially use the low profile headers here, and this would be a little tighter. It doesn't need to be tight. I've got plenty of room in my synthesizer for all this stuff. Atmega 328's already programmed, so the next thing we do is pretty much just full send it next stream. We're gonna come back, and at the beginning of stream, I will full send this in my module tester so we can see how much current it draws, and I'll get the keyboard over here so that we can test it out and see what happens. That all happens tomorrow. I want to thank everybody for watching my stream, for tolerating me for this amount of time. Oh, wow. According to the chart, my bitrate shot way up for like a second, and then it came right back down. I did not program the next command. Hold on. The next command. Next is tomorrow. It's the 29th tomorrow. Edit com. 28 becomes a 2.9. This month will not die. 2.9, and then I can put that in here. And bada bing. Boom. We got 19 hours, 45 minutes, 32 seconds. I'm not counting. I'll catch you guys then. Thank you for joining me. And remember, my Blue Sky got hacked. I don't know if I'll ever get it back. Have a good one, everybody.